No Soundbites Allowed is a podcast hosted by Michael Vass. The podcast focuses on providing in-depth discussions on various political and social issues. As the title suggests, the aim is to go beyond quick sound bites and explore topics in greater detail. Michael Vass, the host, engages with guests to analyze and discuss current events, policies, and political ideologies. The live stream and videos cover a wide range of subjects, including politics, economics, social issues, and more. By delving into longer, more comprehensive conversations, No Soundbites Allowed aims to provide listeners with a deeper understanding of the complexities surrounding contemporary issues. AI is listening. Shouldn't you know what AI knows? Aren't you tired of being treated like a child by major media parrots and want to be respected as an adult? There is nothing to lose and a lot to potentially gain, so check out No Soundbites Allowed on all major social media platforms.
All right, everybody. Thank you for joining us, and this is No Soundbites Allowed. I am your host, Michael Voss, the political dragon here in our offices in the Bronx, New York, and I'm happy to be here with you guys. I hope you're having a great day. It is Sunday. It is 2:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. I'm 2 days ahead of my youngest sister's birthday, and I have my sisters over. You may hear them in the background celebrating a little bit. They got themselves a karaoke machine, so you may hear that in the background from time to time. Good for them. I hope they're enjoying that. I'm not a karaoke person. I'll watch you. I'm not going to sing. Maybe once I've sang Louie Louie, very drunk. It was perfect. That's it. I'm just not that guy. But I'm happy to be here with you all. I hope you're going to enjoy yourselves. I'm hoping we're going to have a great conversation. And every time I get to speak with you around the world, we do. Now, obviously, we want to talk about what's happening with the 2024 election, what's going on with the candidates, that's Kamala Harris and Donald Trump, what happened at the National Association of Black Journalists, what's going on internationally. Britain is burning as we speak. Why is that happening? Is that going to be a precursor to what's going to happen in America after November 5th? What are we seeing in France? The French Olympics. Oh my God, were you upset about what was happening with the boxing as well? Is there anything else you remember about this Olympics besides the boxers and the women that have been, well, roundly abused? I think most of us will agree to some extent or another. What about what's happening in the Middle East? Obviously, that powder keg has gotten even worse. It is escalating. And is that something that will be resolved by the end of the year? Is that something that's going to expand and we're looking to have troops on the ground fighting? Is that going to happen? How is that going to affect the rest of the world? There's a lot of big issues that we are facing at this moment, and most of the mainstream media is not addressing this stuff. They really aren't talking about this. I mean, America is very much focused on what's going to happen in the next election. That's all they want to talk about. Kamala Harris, next election. Obviously, you have to vote for Kamala Harris, because if you don't vote for Kamala Harris, you're a bad guy. You're evil. You've done something wrong. I disagree with all of that, but maybe you do agree with that. I want to hear your voices from anywhere in the world to tell us what you think about all of this, because I think it's important. Please let me know if you think the volume is a little low. I'm trying to work on that. Might be my microphone position. But your voices are what are essential, especially at this time. There we go. Just trying to fix my microphone position, sorry. But your voices are essential at this time, as we are now getting into what I like to consider the mainstream election cycle. There's a big difference. People like myself, political commentators, news media, political junkies, the election cycle started something like 15 months ago for us. But for the mainstream public, the election cycle really starts Labor Day, September 1st. There are a few people who are starting paying attention now, but really the mainstream starts September 1st up until Election Day. And that's the general public's election cycle. It's only about 3 months long. And that's when you're going to see all of the political ads come out. That's where you're going to see all of the political attacks come out. You think it's been a lot of attacks against Donald Trump or even Kamala Harris at this point? You haven't seen anything yet. All of the ads will come out Labor Day, and you'll see everyone, all the news media, if you think they're focusing on the 2024 election already, wait until you see what happens when we get into the general public's election cycle. For those 3 months, it's going to be everywhere. So this is important to understand. What are we looking at going forward? Okay, and Mike Bowie is the first one to comment today. Thank you, Mike Bowie. And he says that you guys can hear me okay, and that's great. I always want to make sure I can be heard, and I want to hear you guys as well. And Mike Bowie emphasizes, that's what I don't have on my screen. Aha. Where's my chat? Why is my chat not here? Where's my chat? Why is the group chat not showing up? I'm going to try and fix that real quick. I thought that was up just a moment ago. I apologize, folks. I always try to make sure that you guys can see the chat comments. And nope, that's not it. Why are we not seeing it? Appearance. Show avatars. Give me a second. I'm trying to fix this for you guys real quick. So that's the settings. No, that's not fixing it. You know, we do this every week, and there's always something that isn't quite right. And right now, things are getting interesting. Yes, user has been banned mentions that things are getting interesting around the world. I agree with you. I agree with you entirely. Bear with me, folks. I gotta try and do this. I'm trying to fix the chat real quick for you guys. Okay. I'm trying to fix this real quick. So bear with me. I'm trying to jury rig this so I can see your comments so that you can see the comments on the screen here. And of course, it's never exactly right. Bingo. Okay, we'll do it that way. System doesn't want to do it the first way. We'll do it that way. There we go. So. That should bring up everyone's comments. Someone leave a comment in chat. See if it updates. I'll try and fix that. So, moving forward. We thank you guys. User has been banned. You've made your comment, Mike. I'm always happy to hear everyone's comments. I can see them both on Rumble, on YouTube, not on Twitter at the moment because I'm not going to pay to become a blue check mark and give money to Twitter just so that we can do the chat. Maybe I should. If enough people ask for it, I will. But otherwise, I'm just not going to do the live stream there. It's not worth it to me. I don't think we should have to pay for that. But maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm wrong. I apologize for that if I am. But there's so much that we need to talk about. There's so much we need to get ready for. If this is the first time that you're seeing our channel, yes, this is a little hectic because we're doing it live. But that is because unlike ABC, NBC, the New York Times, we don't have 10,000 people working. We don't make tens of millions of dollars a year. It's me working on this from my studio, my home, trying to do the very best to inform you on the things that the mainstream news media doesn't want to talk about, the things that they don't want you to think about. They want you to obey. They want to maintain power. We want you to think. And that's the big difference that you see. So if it's the first time you're seeing our channel, we welcome you and we thank you for being part of our audience, even as we are suppressed by people like Google, like YouTube, who have told them, they told you in January, they are altering the algorithms. They are manipulating what you can see to fortify the 2024 election. They literally did say that they are emphasizing the mainstream, the approved messages, so that you vote the way they want you to vote. And I don't agree with that. You can vote however you want, but it shouldn't be because the mainstream didn't tell you what's going on. So if it's the first time, we welcome you. We thank you for being a part of our audience. We focus on long-form political commentary, and every week we do this live stream because we believe in the First Amendment. We believe in your right to be able to have a conversation, to talk about the issues, to be involved in the process. And I hope that's, oh good, we can see the comments, good. And that's what we focus on here on this channel, and I hope you'll enjoy that. And as you can see, user has been banned. Mike Bowie and others are making comments. You can do that on YouTube, on Facebook, on Twitter. We are happy to have those comments everywhere. What else is missing on this channel? Why is that? I love this. I go away last week. I was out in Vegas. I was traveling around the country. And of course, now everything's all screwed up on my system. Nothing seems to be showing up properly. Nope, that's not it. Nope, that's not it. Everything looks messed up. Everything looks messed up. There we go. And you can call into the program as well at 929-715-8569. Yes, not only can you leave your chat in the social media, you can call into the program to tell us what you think about whatever issues on your mind. This is a conversation every Sunday. So from anywhere in the world, you can call in and say, hey, Mike, I agree, I disagree. Maybe you have something else you think is important that we should be talking about that I haven't addressed. I want to hear your voice. That's what free speech is. As long as you're respectful, we will hear you out. Whether you agree with me or not isn't important. I'm not a progressive. I don't demand that you have to agree with me simply because of the color of my skin, simply because this is my channel. That's not what happens. So we're going to go forward from there. So good. Everyone's with us. Now, there are a bunch of things that we will be talking about here. It was in the comments before. Let me put it back up again. We are going to be talking about Kamala Harris. We're going to be talking about the Middle East. We're going to be talking about the Olympics and the United Kingdom and unemployment. These are issues that you're really not hearing about. Everyone in the last month has been focused, at least in America, and for a good part around the world, on the 2024 presidential election. And it is a big deal. There's been a lot that's changed. Think about it. In a month, we have gone from Donald Trump versus Joe Biden and questions about whether or not Joe Biden was mentally fit to be a candidate, as well as whether he's mentally fit to be president. We now have Kamala Harris in place. We now have, God, what's happening around the world? Military tensions have skyrocketed, and the world is seemingly falling apart. And we had an assassination attempt against Donald Trump. It's insane, the tension that is palpable at this moment. It's as bad as the humidity here in New York State. It is just incredible. So what does it all mean? Well, on the channel, we like to start off with, we always like to start our format. We deal with breaking news, we deal with international news first, and then we go into the domestic news. So let me start off with, first of all, some background here. If you didn't know, whoa, there's my computer, all right. Earlier this week, we had a conversation with Larry Sharpe. We were covering the National Association of Black Journalists. Now, I did cover the first question by Rachel Scott separately on my own, telling me what I thought about her attack, her very much racial, it was racist. Rachel Scott of ABC News was trying to put together a racist trap for Donald Trump and for MAGA, Americans who believe in making America great. And she was really out the gate, just hostile, but just vitriol. She was Trump derangement syndrome personified. And it was insulting. It was insulting, and it was embarrassing, and I think it was bad. But the left loved it because, oh my God, Trump was being mean to a black woman. How could he do that? He must be racist and sexist. No, he was responding in kind to Rachel Scott of ABC News. Rachel Scott literally walked onto the stage and said, Trump is a racist and sexist, and let's tell you why. Let me prove it to you. That was her goal. Let me prove that Trump is racist and sexist, and just poured out this vitriol against him, and Trump was not having it. He actually responded back in kind to her. Mind you, there were two other women on that stage, two other black women on that stage, all of them reporters. Trump didn't treat any of the others disrespectfully. He didn't attack any of the others. He wasn't angry or upset with any of the other women on the stage, just Rachel Scott of ABC. And the news media, the memes, the Democrats have pushed this story as if it was just her and Trump, like it was a one-on-one interview. They wanted this frame like you see right now on the screen to make you think, well, it's just Trump being evil and racist and sexist towards this one black woman. How dare he? Totally out of context. Totally misinforming people. And I went through the entire, me and Larry Sharpe went through the entire event. Mind you, Larry Sharpe is a good friend of mine. I've known him for a decade. He's a libertarian. He's not voting for Donald Trump. I'm a conservative Republican. I am voting for Trump. So we had two different viewpoints looking at this entire event from people who absolutely, Larry is never voting for Trump. I am voting for Trump. So we had two very different points of view to come to this. And you'd be surprised how much we agreed on the nature of what was happening and what was being presented to the American people, what was being done to manipulate you and your emotions, because that's all that was, an emotional trap. I do recommend to people to check it out. Comment here is from Graham. Let me go back to some of the comments here. So, user has been banned says, real question, what isn't going on? The only people who don't have something crazy going on is the Eskimos. Well, the Eskimos are Alaskans, so that makes them Americans, so they're involved in the same problems we have. And in fact, it was only 2 weeks ago that there was a joint flight by Russian and Chinese fighter jets were flying on the edge of the international air border of the United States around Alaska. So no, even the Eskimos in the last 2 weeks have been having more tensions that they have to deal with. Again, there were several bombers from Russia, from China, that were flying just on the edge of Alaska. So they've been feeling it too. So yeah, everywhere this has been going higher. But good point there. Graham says, Rachel Scott should have been more productive with everyone's time and asked Trump about reparations for the descendants of black slaves. I know there's a lot of people who are into the reparations thing. You're never going to get it because you can't. There's not enough money in the world. There's not enough money in America. You would basically have to sell all of America, give all the money out, and then we'd still be there. More importantly, reparations is never enough. If you notice, for the left, for the more leftist you become, the more you go towards socialism and communism, you can never be satisfied. There is never enough money. There is never enough status. There's never enough power that you can give to them that they will be satisfied with. You have to completely capitulate and give up all of your rights and all of your power and all of your money. And even then, I doubt that the left would be satisfied. You just can never be leftist enough. That's just a fact. Look at all of the attacks the left makes against the left. And it's constantly always the same thing. You're not leftist enough. The second that someone isn't completely advancing further and further left, they become the right instantly. You instantly become a conservative or a right, and you get attacked. J.K. Rowling, great example of that. J.K. Rowling was known consistently. She's on the left. She believes in feminism and leftist policies, introduced gay characters into Harry Potter after the books have been written, after the movies have been presented, and suddenly she injects that into the story that people loved, that no one saw these Dumbledore being gay. No one saw that. No one cared. It wasn't integral to the story. But she inserted that just because of her leftist policies to confirm how leftist she was. But the second that she said she didn't agree with the trans policies that were being put out there, that she believed a woman is a woman, not the opposite of a man, not trans, but a woman is a woman, a biological woman. The second she said that, she became right. She became part of the right movement, a conservative, a Republican, and she was demonized. And she is still demonized to this day. Daniel Radcliffe, Emma Stone, they're the people who she made multimillionaires, made them famous, created their careers, literally. The hundreds and thousands of people that she has made rich and people she has entertained in the millions across the world, she instantly became evil to all of these people because she wasn't left enough. We see it all the time. So it's kind of scary. And I don't believe reparations is good. I just don't. You can never give enough. What is enough? What is enough for the reparations? And I know there's other things we can talk about on the show, but it's a question I want people to think about. What is enough for reparations? How much money? How much land? How much should we, if you believe in reparations, what's the number? It's kind of like with taxes. How much is enough? How much do you want to tax the rich? They already pay. In the United States, the top 5% pay over 70, I believe it's 75% of all of the money that is spent or raised by the United States government. 75% of all tax revenue comes from the top 5%. The bottom 40% of Americans get a refund. They pay nothing. They get money back. So the burden overwhelmingly are already on the rich. And yet we keep hearing, but they have to pay more. How much? What's the number that is finally enough? No one will ever mention it. Ask any Democrat, what is enough? What is the amount of tax the left, the rich should be paying, that corporations should be paying? They don't have a number because it's not important. You can never have enough. They want it all. So that's my problem. And let me also address, before we go back into the politics of the election and everything else, let me address. Here's the other problem with reparations. What does it fix? What is the solution that reparations provides? Yeah, you give people a check. Okay, and then what? Have you taken care of the emotional damage? Have you reversed the decades of anger that have been created in this argument about reparations? For the people who are upset about slavery to this day, even though we've made so many advances, we've had affirmative action, we now have DEI, diversity, equity, inclusion. We've got equity throughout all of the left. We have it being indoctrinated into our kids every single day. We have critical race theory telling us that white people are evil and that they should be persecuted because of things that happened in the past. We've got all of that. What's enough? What does reparations change? It's a one-time check, and then what? You spend the money. Okay, it's $3,000. When you break down the numbers, every person who's been, every black person, if you gave every black person in America, or I should say every African American in America, not black. Black is different than African American. They're not the same thing. I know in America we use them as interchangeable terms. They're not. So every African American, if you gave every African American a check, part of that check for reparations, the amount would be somewhere around $3,000 to $8,000, depending on which math you want to use, which number you're thinking is the total. Okay, everyone gets that check, and then what? What happens next? How does that fix anything? How does that change anything? It doesn't. It's just money. It's just going to bankrupt the United States. It's going to increase our national debt. It's going to devalue the dollar. It's literally going to create more inflation and devalue the dollar even more and make poor people even more poor than they were before. So you're going to hurt more people than you help. And then what? What happens next? See, that's the part of the conversation no one really ever has about reparations. And then what? You got the check. Fantastic. And then what? What have you fixed? How have you resolved it? You haven't. The underlying problem still remains, which is a bunch of people with feelings that are hurt, a bunch of people who feel offended, and that doesn't change. You haven't fixed anything. You just made a bigger problem that now has to have an even bigger solution that no one's prepared for. So no, I don't agree with reparations. Now, you can tell me, Mike, I disagree. I think there's something you've missed in that. I think that $3,000 check would be very important. The fact that it would cost America $30 trillion, depending on some estimates, somewhere between $12 to $45 trillion. Yeah, that means that America would become bankrupt. Yeah, but it's worth it. It's worth it, Mike. Really? Why? Why is it worth it? No one ever asked that. No one asked that. No one ever answers that. So let me go back to some of the comments. And I do see you there, Democrat Mike. We have Democrat Mike with us. That should be interesting, but give me a second. So let's see. Where did I leave off in the comments? Graham goes on to say, no, dude, that's a scarcity mindset. We're not going to climb out of the current national debt with a scarcity mindset. First of all, we're not going to climb out of the national debt because we keep spending money that we don't have. We have to literally stop spending. In fact, we should be scaling back the amount of spending. That's the way we get out of debt. It's the same way that you, as a private citizen, how do you get out of debt? You stop spending money. That's the first thing. Then you scale back the things that you're doing. You change your lifestyle so that you save money so that you can pay off that debt. That's how you get out of debt. You can't just print more money. It just doesn't work because money is scarce. The more we print money, the less that it's worth. That's just a fact. But Graham goes on to say, once the money is flowing again, money has never stopped flowing. We have more money in circulation today than ever before in the history of mankind or history of America. It's not a scarcity of money. We have more money. Literally, we have printed more money and there's more money floating out in the world than ever before. It's not that money is scarce. In fact, that's part of the problem. There's too much money out there. This is economics. I don't want to get into deep numbers there, but it's not a theory. It's a fact. We print too much money. The money is worth less. This is why banana republics in the 1980s existed. They constantly printed money. This is the Weimar Republic going back to World War I, before World War II. This is historical fact. You print too much money and the money is worthless. This happened to Italy. We've seen this around the world. So no, it's not a question of how much money is floating out in the world. It's the fact that we're printing too much, and that's not the answer. Graham says, enough today is today's equivalent of 40 acres and a mule. There's so much wrong with that. And I've covered this many times. I won't get into it right now, but no, every black person who's a descendant of a slave does not deserve 40 acres and a mule. But that's a larger argument. I'll get into that later. Democrat Mike is with us. He says, just curious, since I'm guessing you're voting for Trump. No, there's no guess about it, Democrat Mike. I am voting for Donald Trump. By the way, for people who are new to the channel, Democrat Mike, I call him that. You'll see him on the screen as name is Mike, but he is a Democrat. He's often on the program. He always loves to go into chat. He is a Democrat. He is he's an advocate for the Democrat Party, and he likes to push their agenda. And he's always welcome on the channel. Like I said, anyone is welcome, and he's on with us now. He's saying, since I'm voting for Trump, between Biden and Kamala, who do you think has the better chance of beating Trump? Neither. I've been very clear about that. Neither of them will win. And we will talk about why Kamala Harris is a miserable choice. Joe Biden is bad because Joe Biden is unfit to be president. He is unfit right now. We should have the 25th Amendment enacted. He needs to be removed. But Kamala Harris is not the best choice. She's miserable. She's a horrible candidate, which is why Democrats in 2019 rejected her. And she remains a horrible candidate in 2024. Nothing has changed from 2020, except she's a woman of color. That's it. That's her whole shtick. That's the thing she's running on. She's a woman of color. She's running on characteristics. That's not a reason to vote for anyone. I don't care who they are. I don't care what party they're in. She's a characteristic and a checkbox. And I don't vote for checkboxes. No one should vote for checkboxes. I don't care if you're on the left or the right or anything else. She's just not worth it. That's my opinion. Let's see. Democrat Mike goes on to most recent CBS poll, half of registered voters don't believe Trump has the mental and cognitive health to serve as president. Only 36 think Kamala doesn't. Well, that's recent. And here's the thing. You didn't see that poll for the last 2 years. That's just now. Now that we know for a fact that CBS has been covering up for Joe Biden and didn't want to talk about cognitive tests while Joe Biden's in. In fact, if CBS is being really doing their job, they should be saying Joe Biden should take a cognitive test right now. Doesn't matter he's not running for president. He's in the White House right now. And because of the tensions around the world that we're going to get to, he needs to have a cognitive test. We know he's only working 6 hours a day, 5 days a week. He is a part-time president. We need to give him a cognitive test. When he fails that, because he will, we need to use the 25th Amendment, remove Joe Biden. And yes, it means Kamala will be in charge. And I hate that idea. That is dangerous. But at least we'd have someone who's functional for the entire time, not just part-time. So yeah, I think that's horrible. But is Trump mentally there? Yes, he is. I do believe he is of sound mind. I do believe he is sharp enough to do the job. And the moment that he isn't, I will tell you that he needs a cognitive test and needs to be removed. Now, according to Donald Trump, what he has said publicly, he has taken 2 cognitive tests recently for this in this election cycle, that he has taken 2 cognitive tests. He has passed them both. He has offered to take a 3rd cognitive test along with Kamala Harris. I believe he will pass that. Is he the brightest president we have ever had? No. But the presidency isn't about electing a rocket scientist. It never has been. We have had dumb presidents. We have had smart presidents. We have had good and friendly presidents. We have had people who are repugnant as president. This isn't about feelings. It's not about whether we like them. Do they do the job? Are they good enough to do the job? Is Trump at this moment good enough to do the job? Yes. Is he going to be able to do the job more than part-time? Yes. All evidence says that. So that's where I'm at right now. So let me go on. Let me see if I can catch up. Again, you don't have to agree with me, but have a reason. So Democrat Mike goes on to say, you didn't answer my question. Yes, I did. I just didn't answer it immediately. I gave the background. I gave the reasoning for my answer. So I clarified the entire subject. Why did I get there? As we do on this channel all the time, and Democrat Mike, you know that. I give the background, I give the sources, the facts to make the conclusion. Why do I think Trump isn't cognitively fault? Well, there have been cognitive tests. We have seen him on stage. We have seen him for the last 7 years speaking publicly consistently. Is he a rocket scientist? No. That's not a prerequisite for the job. If it was, Kamala Harris, Gavin Newsom, you name 90% of the politicians out there would not qualify. So that's not the criteria. Let's be honest. Is he good enough to do the job? Yes. More than enough. So I did answer your question. He says, well, you think Trump will win. No, I don't. I've been very clear about that. And I've been very clear about the reasons why. Long before Kamala was anointed and coronated as the DNC nominee, I have already said long ago, you know this, Democrat Mike, I've been doing this for 6 years for the live stream, 18 years of almost 19 years of political commentary. I've been very clear about my position, and it's documented. I have never said that Joe Biden is a good choice. I have long said that he is cognitively, that he's just mentally not there. And I have consistently said Kamala Harris is a miserable choice for any elected office. No, they're going to lose. Let's go on. Democrat Mike says, I'm not a big Biden supporter. You have been on this channel. People can go back on some of the prior live streams. You have been. When Joe Biden was running for president, you were all about Joe Biden for president and did not care about his cognitive status. You were supporting him and pumping him up just like you are with Kamala now. Don't try and change history, Democrat Mike. I respect that you're a Democrat, vote blue no matter who. That's your mindset, not mine. But don't try and gaslight my audience by trying to say now that you weren't in favor of Joe Biden when Joe Biden was the name on the ticket. You were. I remember it. It's in the videos. So just admit it. You're vote blue no matter who. That's your point of view. I think that's a horrendous reason to vote for anyone, but that's your reason. That's fine. Stick with it. Be proud of it. It's funny that you're ignoring the fact that 50% of the country thinks that he is not mentally there. You mean like when all of the Democratic Party ignored 76% of the country, ignored 68% of Democrats who said that Joe Biden was not mentally there? Okay. But again, Donald Trump has taken the cognitive test. He's passed the cognitive test. There is no one who's saying, people may say he's old. He is. You may be fearful that he could die. That's true. Those are legitimate fears. That's why we have a vice president. But I have no reason to believe that. So just because a mob says this doesn't mean I must say it too. Davina. Davina is with us. Hello, Davina. I don't believe I've seen you in our live stream. I thank you for joining us. Davina says, Rachel Scott of ABC should have asked Trump about reparations for black descendants of slaves. I mean, she could ask the question, and that's fine. I'm not against people asking the question. I just don't think it's useful. But yes, they could ask that. And she could have taken the time to ask a lot of questions. If she wasn't attacking Trump, and if she were instead just speaking to Trump, if asking the questions rather than being confrontational, trying to get a gotcha moment, because that's what she was doing. It was a trap to get a gotcha moment. She was trying to advance the idea that Trump is sexist and racist because he's responding to her emotional prodding. That's what she was looking for. It wasn't about any of the questions she asked. She was just there to try and make him say, okay, you're a racist and a sexist. And unless Trump said, I'm a racist and a sexist on that stage, she would never have been satisfied. That's what she was doing. So yes, she could have done a lot more, but she was going for gotchas. Democrat Mike believes anybody that has a brain and is not biased, that would obviously worry about Trump, any Trump supporter. I don't know what that's supposed to mean. Democrat Mike, that doesn't make any sense. Anybody that has a brain and is not biased, that would obviously worry any Trump supporter. Just saying. Well, what, that Trump has passed the cognitive test twice? That Trump is able to complete sentences, that he can have a thought. He's been in a debate. We have watched him for the last 7 years as he has been attacked on this very same issue. And he answers things. Now, there are a lot of people who don't like Trump, so they don't like his answers, and they equate not liking an answer with not having the correct answer, which means that he's cognitively failed. That's the logic that's in the mainstream media. I would love to see the numbers on the CBS poll. How many Democrats did they ask that of? How many progressives did they ask? How old were those people they asked in that poll? Where was the poll taken, and who collected the data? Let me see some of those numbers before I say anything more about that poll. Let's see. I'm trying to catch up. Did I think Donald Trump would lose in 2020? Another question from them. No, I didn't. And I thought he was going to win, and very nearly did. And many people make a very good argument about the fact that he did win. So there is that. Okay, so that's Democrat Mike. Let's move on, because the conversation isn't just with Democrat Mike. And I do thank Davina for putting in her thoughts, and I'm sure Graham likes the support as well. Again, I'm not telling you we can't have the conversation about reparations. I just think at the end of the day, it doesn't solve anything. It does not resolve the underlying root problem. It isn't a solution. It is just, it's a cash grab. It's a gimmick. It's a great argument, and it helps to get emotional support for Democrats, but it actually does nothing for anyone. And in fact, in doing reparations, we harm more people than we help. It's kind of like minimum wage, which we have seen. And as predicted by the CBO and every study, every time you do the minimum wage, you could do a $15 minimum wage, the $25 to $50 minimum wage, the living wage that has been suggested. Every time they do this, you see that poor people become more poor, more people become unemployed, and it does more damage and hurts more people than it helps every single time. And this is just a more extreme version of that same thing. It will hurt more people in America. It will hurt the global economy. It will not help resolve any of the underlying issues that the people who support reparations are trying to address. Their concerns will never be resolved by getting a check. It's just not going to happen. Throwing money at the issue doesn't fix the issue. That's just my underlying belief. But Davina, I thank you for adding your comment. And again, it's worth having the conversation. So moving forward, let's see here. Where did I leave off? Oh, hang on. I need to fix the chat on this page as well. Bear with me, folks. There we go. So I just want to make sure so we can see your chat everywhere. So like I said, if you want to, please watch the video with me and Larry Sharpe as we deal with the entire conversation. I also have the first question stated by Rachel Scott in a separate video as well. But let's talk about what's happening in Europe right now, because what's happening in Europe right now is critical to the 2024 election and beyond. As we have said on this channel many times, we are facing 3 regional wars. It's not World War III. The issue right now facing America and the world is not World War III. It's 3 separate, simultaneous regional wars. We have been saying this to you for years now, and it is becoming a reality. The first area is in Europe. That's the Russia-Ukraine war, which will continue. No matter, they will have a ceasefire. You will most likely see that Russia is going to be able to keep the land that they have captured so far, which means they'll get the eastern portion of the Ukraine. They'll get the southern portion of the Ukraine, giving them access to the Black Sea and the Crimea, which is what they want. They will get most of the grain that Ukraine makes, most of the fertilizer that the world relies on, which is why we continue to be in a global food crisis. There's 30% less food in the world today than in 2019. That will continue. Russia will have a stranglehold on that, and that is a additional revenue source for them, the fertilizer and the food, and they will have most of that. I think that's going to happen, but you will continue to see partisan fighting. You will see terrorist actions within the Ukraine against the Russia continuing for another decade. That's the first regional war. There is a second regional war, which is in the Middle East. I'll get to that in a minute. And then there's the third, which is in Asia, and we're talking about China, the South Asian Sea. We're talking about the Philippines, Japan, Taiwan, South Korea. They are the front. Even Australia are involved in this, that they are getting ready for a regional war there. We have been given the guarantee by China that they will take action by force to take Taiwan. We know that North Korea has ended its conversation with South Korea about reunification. We know that right now China is basically in a Cold War, a warm war, so to speak, against what's happening against the Philippines. In fact, according to Priti Upala, who we interviewed over at Freedom Fest, these are poly wars. We have poly wars that are coming. And this what brings us to what's happening in the Middle East right now. And this is why we need leadership, why we can't have a part-time president, because we're seeing it get worse. Last night, we saw that Hezbollah fired 30 rockets and missiles into Israel. Now, the Iron Dome did its job, shot them all down. One or two actually landed, but they landed in fields, farms, in areas where there were no people. But this is in response to Israel assassinating members of Hamas. Part of their goal, what they have stated before, that they're going to kill Hamas. They're going to kill all the leaders of Hamas. They want to eliminate Hamas because Hamas is trying to genocide Israel. So their response to the attempt of genocide is remove that organization. I kind of agree with that. I think most people would if they're not being emotional about it. Because Hamas is a terrorist organization. Hamas is about genocide. And I understand that Harvard and Columbia University, I know that Binghamton and the UCLA, they support genocide. They support Hamas, which is a terrorist group, and they're supporting genocide, which is insane to me. But I don't agree with that. I do believe Israel has a valid point in saying, you know what, I'm not going to sit here and let people genocide me. I'm going to defend myself. And Hamas, a terrorist organization, we have to eliminate them. Hell, the United States spent 20 years trying to eliminate Al-Qaeda and the Taliban and ISIS because of what they did on September 11th. We've done the same thing. And why would we want to stop other nations? And other nations have had similar actions. So I'm not surprised by that. We need a strong leader to resolve this, because these tensions are only because America is weak. If Iran, if Hezbollah and Hamas and the Houthis were sure that we had a strong leader that would actually respond to them to try and stop them, then Israel wouldn't have to do what it's doing. In fact, they would back down, because they did that under the Trump administration. They did that even during the Bush Jr., G.W. Bush administration. They backed down. They were less of a threat than they are today, than they were under Obama or now with Biden, because they know Biden isn't there, because Biden is mindless, because he's only there part-time, because someone else is making decisions 18 hours a day, and they're taking advantage of that. They think this is their time to attack, and they have to do it before January 2025, when Donald Trump would return, because Donald Trump has a very different approach to this. It's the same reason why we're starting to see Hamas finally negotiate to give back the hostages that have been held by Hamas for 10 months. October of 2023, they took 22 Americans as hostage. 3 have been returned home. What happened to the rest? We now have the international news media talking about, well, there's only 5 Americans left. What happened to the other 14 Americans held by Hamas? What happened to them? They won't talk about them. They should. They absolutely need to talk about them, but they won't. They won't mention them. And you should be concerned. And I think that's why we're seeing this action. Let me be very clear. I believe we are seeing many nations around the world in anticipation of having a strong leader in the United States, that being Donald Trump. Not Kamala Harris. No one cares about Kamala Harris. No one thinks Kamala Harris can win. Everyone disrespects her. No international organization respects Kamala Harris. But they think Donald Trump's going to win, and they're preparing for that. And just like we have seen in every ceasefire, every time there is an end of a war, the last part of that, the last month or two, when we know we have a date of an end point, we see that some of the most fierce fighting takes place, because it's the last push by each of the sides to grab a little bit extra land, to take over strategic points, so that when the war ends, they have more. They gain that little extra bit. And we see that in every ceasefire. We saw it in Korea. We saw it in Vietnam. We're seeing it now. And we're seeing it right now. And I think that's why we see a lot of the tensions have raised up. Now, you may disagree with me on that. Okay. But I think that is the case. I think that's what we're seeing right now. That's why Iran has elevated its position. And that means Americans are in danger. We're in danger because while this is surging, the United States is running away. We're running away. The Biden-Harris administration have told all of the United States Americans, United States citizens, to leave Lebanon because of Hezbollah, to run away, get out the country, any ticket available, find a way to get home. Now, this is different than what we saw in the Sudan. This is different than what we saw in Afghanistan. This is different than what's happened in Haiti, because even in what's happened in the Ukraine. This is different because in each and every one of the other countries, the United States had the capability to get Americans home. We could have gone into it. We had time in Afghanistan, and we could have made time in Afghanistan to get the 5,000 Americans that Joe Biden and Kamala Harris abandoned, to get them home. We could have done that. Joe Biden chose not to because it would affect an election, and he wanted to win the election. He wanted to win the 2020 election, so he gave up, and he just ran away because he thought it was more politically expedient. In the Ukraine, we could have flown in from Ramstein Air Force Base in Germany. We could have flown in the C-130 aircraft. We could have loaded hundreds of women and children and Americans and filled the planes up and evacuated them from Kiev and across the Ukraine for weeks before the war started, that we knew was going to start. We could have evacuated. Instead, what happened in February of 2022, Joe Biden told the Americans, 10,000 Americans in the Ukraine, figure it out, find a way home. He was not going to save any of them no matter what happened. He said that to Lester Holt on NBC News. You don't have to believe me, it's a fact. In the Sudan, America just stopped talking about it. That was April and the beginning of May of 2023, just a year ago. 16,000 Americans just tossed away. Joe Biden and Kamala Harris just stopped talking about them. We got home 300 Americans, 300 out of 16,000. India and Britain were able to get thousands of their citizens home. America got, Joe Biden and Kamala Harris got 300 home. And then we just stopped talking about it. They're still not home. Those 16,000 Americans, they're still somewhere in Africa, mostly in the Sudan. We don't know what happened to them. We just stopped talking about it. The news media doesn't want to cover it. Why? Because if you knew that, you might not vote Democrat in 2024. You might hold them accountable. You might say that they're not capable of doing the job of the presidency if you knew that 16,000 Americans were abandoned. That's just a fact. But now we have Americans being told, get out of Lebanon. And this one is different because we can't. The United States can't just go into Lebanon. We wish we could. It's a hostile nation. Hezbollah is very hostile to the United States. They want to kill America just like they want to kill Israel because they are a proxy for Iran. Iran wants to kill Israel. They want to kill America. Hell, they want to kill the European Union too, but they want America first. So we can't just fly a C-130 into Lebanon, pick up the Americans, and leave. Instead, we're telling them, find a way home. Find a way out. Just get on a plane and go anywhere else, and that will be better than staying there, which means we're going to see the conflict escalate. It's no longer just a war with Israel and Hamas, because it never was just a war with Israel and Hamas. It has always been a war with Iran and Israel. Always. It has always been that. Because that's where most of the weapons, the rockets, the missiles, the ballistic weapons that are being used by the Houthis and Hezbollah, and Hamas, they all come from Iran. The training comes from Iran. The funding comes from Iran. It has always been a war with Iran, just using other people, kind of like how America is fighting Russia, but we're using the Ukraine as the proxy, the go-between, the means to do it. That's our pawn. Well, in the Middle East, Hezbollah, the Houthis, and Hamas, they're the proxies, they're the pawns of Iran. Always have been. And so that's why we're seeing this conflict. And this is dangerous because we need to see Biden. And Biden has, looking at the Wall Street Journal, and yes, this is from the editorial board. The Wall Street editorial board says Biden is missing in action. He's not standing up to Iran. Yes, we have our military that's gearing up. It's in preparation because we know it's going to get worse. And we're trying to minimize the damage that's going to happen. But there is going to be an attack by Iran against Israel. They have already promised it. They've been told to do that by the Ayatollah, their religious leader of that nation. They can't go back. According to the beliefs of Iran, the Ayatollah is basically the Pope. He is the closest person, the closest human to God. And when he says you have to attack, you have to, otherwise you have insulted God themselves. So we're going to see an attack. And Joe Biden is busy, along with Kamala Harris, trying to say that Israel is somehow the bad guy. That somehow Israel, this whole thing started because Israel went through 9/11. Their October 7th is their 9/11, and they have been fighting terrorism every day. And the hostages, they've been trying to get back their hostages every day for 10 months, just like we should be. And somehow he's the bad guy. Now, I'm not telling you that he's innocent. It's a war. Innocent people have been killed. Not nearly the number that Hezbollah or Hamas would like you to believe, because Hamas says that there are no soldiers. There are no soldiers in the Hamas army, except they are. And we know that there's been at least 15,000 of the Hamas army that have been killed out of the 30-some-odd thousand that have been killed and injured. But Hamas doesn't count any of them. They say everyone's a civilian. Everyone is innocent. And of course, Israel is the bad guy. It's not real. But Biden hasn't done anything to put pressure on Iran, which is the source of the problem. They're the source of the conflict. Who trained and planned the attack on October 7th against Israel? Iran. We need to deal with the root cause. We're never going to solve this by trying to deal with the terrorist organizations themselves. They're not the source of the problem. There will always be more terrorists because Iran is supporting and helping to create more terrorists. And if they have to, they'll just create another organization because Hamas hasn't always existed. Hezbollah and the Houthis haven't always existed. They created them as they went. They'll create another group as they go forward. And mind you, there's still ISIS floating out there. Also, yet another problem that we have to deal with. These things, the terrorists, and there's the PKK, which is out in Turkey, and the Kurds. That's another terrorist organization on the horizon that we have to deal with. I know most people don't even know they exist. They do. They're a problem. They're probably the next ISIS-like terrorist organization. And if we see ISIS go away, if we see the Houthis and Hezbollah diminish, you'll probably see the PKK start taking over, and they will be the next problem. You can never get rid of terrorism, especially if you're not dealing with the root cause. Again, you may not like this, but this is the truth. This is the reality. Am I still on every one of the channels? I think I am. I'm not seeing more comments, so I'm surprised. Okay. But I think this is important to understand. And even the Wall Street Journal's, and this is the editorial board. So it's not just somebody random saying this. This is their editorial board. And they're pointing out that what was being said, I'm very concerned about it. I had a very direct meeting. This is Joe Biden. Joe Biden had a very direct meeting with the Prime Minister of Israel, Netanyahu, today. Very direct. We have the basis for a ceasefire. They should move on it, and they should move on it now. Well, even if Netanyahu gets a ceasefire with Hamas, Hezbollah is an entirely different terrorist organization fighting an entirely different fight at the West Bank, the north of Israel. And they're doing that because Iran said so. And you have Yemen, the Houthis, the Houthi terrorists out of Yemen. They're attacking because of Israel, of Iran. So having a ceasefire with Hamas doesn't guarantee that the Houthis or Hezbollah or Iran will stop what they're doing. Joe Biden isn't paying attention to that. But then again, Joe Biden's only active and only cognizant 6 hours a day, 5 days a week. So he may not even be aware of all the details that are going on. This is the problem about having a weak president. This is the problem with Joe Biden and why we need to do the 25th Amendment. Because he likely doesn't understand what's going on. What are the ramifications? What are the actually on the ground situation? He probably doesn't understand that because he doesn't understand anything. In fact, I will show you evidence that Joe Biden really doesn't know what's going on. Matter of fact, let me go to, I do listen to the left on a regular basis. As you can see from almost all the sources that we use, they're left-leaning because I am listening to the left. And I want you to hear something. This is Kit Cabello. He's a former United States Marine, hoorah. And Kit, who I've actually been on panels with Kit before, he's a smart man. He's a progressive, has a very different view than I do. He's absolutely a progressive. And I want you to hear this progressive talking about, well, you'll see. Listen to his words here. And this is about the United States prisoners that were swapped and coming home. We had the prisoner exchange with Russia, which was a bad idea. And I'll explain that in a second. But this is Kit's commentary about this.
What's not being covered? Kamala and Biden meeting the prisoners that they got. No one knows what they're saying.
Biden and Kamala Harris greeted prisoners from Russia very oddly. The president just froze and couldn't say a word, raising further concerns about his health. So Kamala took the lead but began spouting a random stream of consciousness.
This is just an extraordinary testament to the importance of having a president who understands the power of diplomacy.
Does Biden look like he knows where he's at? Just one more time. Look at how confused he is.
Began spouting a random stream of consciousness.
So this is the left. And Kit will tell you, he's on the left. He's a progressive. He can identify right now. Joe Biden doesn't know what's going on. This is the same Joe Biden that is trying to have a very direct conversation with the Prime Minister of Israel, Netanyahu. These things are happening this week. This is Joe Biden trying to deal late at night with a critical issue affecting America. And he's supposed to be having a conversation with Netanyahu, which is not in the they're not in Eastern time zone. They're not in Eastern Standard Time. So he's having conversations that are outside of his window of 10 a.m. until 4 p.m. And when Joe Biden is trying to have a conversation that isn't in that 6-hour window, this is how he looks. This is how he reacts. This is his cognitive level when he's not trying to deal with issues for the United States between 10 a.m. and 4 p.m. This is what we get. And that's not conducive. So he's saying he had a conversation with the Prime Minister of Israel. I can't be sure he did. I can't even be sure what he would have said if he was in that meeting. And supposedly, Kamala Harris was in on the call. Kamala Harris was there. We don't know what she said. No one's asked her, well, what did you have to say about it? What part of the conversation were you in this discussion with Israel? No one has asked her, and she hasn't volunteered any information. As far as I know, she was just sitting in the room while Joe Biden was having a conversation with Netanyahu, and Netanyahu didn't even know she was there. She was just sitting in the corner, and nobody knew she was there. as far as we know, as far as the reporting is going, or more likely, she and whomever else has been running America for the last several years, 18 hours a day, they were having a conversation. Joe Biden was sitting in the corner looking just like he does right there, and he had no idea what's going on. And everyone else was having a conversation, and they're just saying, well, Joe, don't worry. You take credit for it. You're the one who's going to be the face of this conversation, but let the adults handle it. That's what I think is happening. And, Kit goes on to say,
this is just an extraordinary testament to the importance of having understands the power of diplomacy and understands the strength that rests in understanding the significance of diplomacy and strengthening alliances.
See, even Joe Biden's confused by that. Now, we know Joe Biden's confused all the time, but if anybody can understand what she's saying, here we go.
Nobody understands what Kamala Harris is saying. Kamala Harris, she's just using, again, she's known for having a word salad, of saying a bunch of words that mean absolutely nothing. And what she's just said says nothing. It's not intelligent. This isn't some high-level use of the English language. She's saying nothing. She's just trying to fill the space of time that a camera is on her and on Biden. She's there because she's running for president. So she's trying to elevate herself and make it look like she's important in this process of getting these prisoners back. And Joe Biden is just lost. And she's trying to elevate this and save this moment to make herself look like she's presidential, that she's on top of this, that she can handle the situation, that she can be impactful and serious and taken seriously.
Of consciousness.
This is just an extraordinary testament to the importance of having a president who understands the power of diplomacy and understands the strength that rests in understanding the significance of diplomacy and strengthening alliances. This is an incredible day.
People on the internet
Makes no sense what she's saying. And this isn't just me saying this. It's not just because I'm a conservative or I'm a Republican. That's not the reason why. It's not because I hate black women or I think women of color or whatever. It's not sexism. It's not racism. Everyone sees this, even people on the left, like Kit Cabello.
internet mocked her public speaking without a script. They definitely needed one or two more people to handle that meeting.
And here's another angle of that. Again, Biden, you might have dropped out of the race, but this might be a newsflash for you. You are the president. Does he even?
He's pointing this out. This is what we have in charge of America. This is why things are getting worse around the world. Because Joe Biden is weak. And Kamala Harris, she has no clue. She is beyond herself. She has been advanced. She has been pushed up the ladder. She's been promoted because of failure to the highest level she can. And she's a complete failure. She has nothing to offer to the American people. She has nothing of benefit. Nothing to add that is worthwhile for people to follow. Nothing. There's nothing there. These are two empty suits that are speaking to America. And that's terrifying. And again, that's not just something that the left is seeing. The right is seeing. That's from the left as well. The very same supporters that Kamala Harris was absolutely dependent on in 2019. And when they got to hear her, when they got to see her, when they got to hear her positions, they abandoned her. 95% of Democrats, including the progressive left, said Kamala Harris isn't the best. They threw her away. Her campaign ended in about 2 months. She was the first candidate to drop out of the 2020 presidential race. She was bankrupt. She had 5% of support. Nobody wanted her. And the only reason why she got to be vice president is because she's a woman of color. That's it. She's a DEI hire by definition. And if you doubt that, remember, Joe Biden absolutely guaranteed his vice president would be a black woman. Therefore, not the best person. He didn't say, I'm going to get the best vice president. He said, I'm going to get a black woman. He didn't say, I'm going to have the most qualified person. He didn't say that he was going to get the person that complimented him the most in terms of presidential style, in terms of administration. He wasn't trying to compliment his capabilities. He said, I'm going to get a black woman. And I truly do not believe that Kamala Harris was the best black woman Democrat that could have been picked, but she was the one they did pick because she is a woman of color, not African, not African American. She's black, not African American. She is East Asian. That's what she promoted in 2016 to get to the Senate. That was the thing that she was pushing for most of her political career, that she's East Asian, not black, not African American. That wasn't on her resume. That wasn't in her political campaigns. No. But they picked her because she fit the check boxes. She is a DEI hire. Because if he wasn't looking for a black woman, he wouldn't have picked Kamala. He'd have picked someone else because they would have been the best. Why are people afraid to say these things? People are afraid to say these things because then someone turns around and says, but you're sexist, you're racist. Why? No. The sexist, racist thing to do is to pick someone based on a bunch of check boxes. Not because they're the best, that they had the merit, they earned it. Kamala Harris didn't earn this. She didn't earn it at all. She's not the best. She just happened to be the right check boxes for the moment. That's it. She's not good at raising money. She doesn't rally Democrats around her. No one in the world respects her. She's failed at every single objective that has been put in front of her as vice president. Every single thing. And the only reason that we see her now being connected to things like the prisoner swap, which was bad in and of itself, is so that she can look better in an election. Not because she's been competent, not because she did anything. She isn't speaking about, listen to her. You just saw her talking about the prisoner swap, and she had nothing to add. She had nothing to tell you about. It was empty nonsense that she had to say. She didn't elevate the situation. She didn't rise to the occasion. Even the progressives will tell you that, as Kit did, because she's useless. I know there are people out there that are, oh my God, you can't say that. Because she's black, that's a characteristic. She's East Asian, that's a characteristic. She's a woman, that's a characteristic. These aren't qualifications. Those aren't reasons not to say. I am making a value statement based on her qualifications, not her characteristics. I don't care about her characteristics. You shouldn't care about her characteristics. If you are voting for Kamala Harris because she's black or East Asian, because she's a woman of color, you are not making a valid choice. You're making a choice, yes, but you're not making a valid one. Those aren't qualifications. Those are characteristics. They're meaningless. They have no inherent value. Just because she's a woman doesn't mean she's right or good. Just because she's a woman of color doesn't make her right or good. There is no intrinsic value. It doesn't make her smart. It doesn't make her better. It doesn't do anything. There is nothing intrinsically valuable in what Kamala Harris offers. None. If anyone would like to dispute that with me, if anyone would like to offer a different answer to that, if you want to tell me how her being a woman of color helped to get American prisoners released by Russia, I'd like to hear that argument. If you have an argument that says, well, because Kamala Harris is a woman and a woman of color, that's why it's going to help us in getting back the American hostages held by Hamas, please, I'd love to hear that argument because no one's made it. I'd love to hear that argument. If you believe that being a woman of color and or being black or whatever that Kamala Harris wants to identify as, if you think that's going to stop Iran from escalating the war in the Middle East or to prevent China from having its aggression in Southeast Asia or to stop Putin in the Ukraine, please enlighten me. Because those are characteristics and no one cares. Not one world leader cares because it's absolutely meaningless. No one cares about her being a woman. No one cares about the color of her skin. No one cares where her parents were born. No one cares. American progressives care. No one else in the world cares. They are meaningless reasons. Those are characteristics. They imply nothing. They give zero benefit to anything. So why are we talking about that? Why is that the thing right now? Because there is nothing else about Kamala Harris. If we are honest, if we put aside the emotional baggage, if we put aside all the emotional manipulation, things that Rachel Scott and ABC News and NBC and MSNBC, putting aside their manipulation of your emotions, we are left with a simple answer. And that simple answer is Kamala Harris isn't good enough. She doesn't deserve to be vice president, and she certainly doesn't deserve to be president. And she is not a benefit to America, which is why she will lose in 2024, because you cannot hide that. You cannot hide the ineptitude, the magnitude of ineptitude that she has. It can't be hidden, it can't be supplanted. And no matter how much you say Orange Man bad, or you say, MAGA is sexist and racist and evil, no matter how much you say that, when we have to go back at the end of the day, none of this is about emotions. It's all about, and who's effective, who's getting the job done. Is there any credibility to your statement? And it's not. And it's not credible to even say, think about it. Kamala Harris lied to the American people, telling you that this guy who looks completely lost, who has no idea what is going on as Americans are being returned from Russia, that he could have gotten home back when Brittany Griner, the admitted criminal, Brittany Griner is a criminal. She admitted to breaking the law and thought she could get away with it because she's black and a lesbian. That was her excuse. I'm a black lesbian basketball player, an entertainer. Therefore, I don't have to follow the law. That was the logic of Brittany Griner. She was wrong. She went to jail. She was convicted because she's a criminal, and she went to jail because she's a criminal. Joe Biden could have gotten these Americans home, these three Americans, he could have got them home when he got Brittany Griner home. He could have. Except Putin, Russia, were taking advantage of the fact that, one, Joe Biden isn't completely mentally there. Two, Biden is more concerned about the next election and his political leverage in the United States than he was about any of those people. He was trying to get Brittany Griner home because she's a black lesbian entertainer, not because she was politically expedient, or important, and not because she was innocent. No, he wasn't trying to get her back home because of anything. We had Americans, Paul Whelan being one of them, who were innocent, and he left them to rot until it was politically expedient to bring them home, which he just did. This is evil. This is a declaration of evil. I don't know. And I'm pretty sure that right now, based on what I'm seeing in the comments, I'm pretty sure that I am being suppressed like crazy by YouTube and Google right now, that they don't want you to have this conversation. Even if you disagree with me, they don't want you to hear these observations of fact. Again, you don't have to like it. I haven't told anyone that you should like this. I'm not telling you that that makes you feel good, but these are facts that we are basing this on. We are making an objective decision. an objective evaluation. It has nothing to do with characteristics. And everyone who wants to say, but Mike, you can't say that because characteristic, I don't care. Because that's not a reason. That's not validation. That's an excuse. That's a way to try and silence the First Amendment. That's the way to try and coerce people to capitulate. That isn't a reason. And it's not a benefit to America. And thus we are seeing the rest of the world become chaotic. That's why Iran is now saying that they're going to attack Israel for only the second time in history. Iran is going to do it again. And this time they're going to actually try and hit Israel. They're actually going to do something because they're pissed off, because they got embarrassed. Because Israel killed members of Hamas like they promised they would, the leadership of Hamas. They promised they would kill them anywhere they were. And they did it in Iran. And Iran is embarrassed. They weren't able to protect their puppets, their proxies, forget about around the world, in their own country. That's the embarrassment. That's why Iran is trying to attack Israel right now. Because Iran looks bad to Hezbollah, to Hamas, and to the Houthis. Because Iran wasn't able to protect its proxy in its own borders, they are embarrassed, and now they have to do a show of strength so that Hezbollah and Hamas and the Houthis will remain their proxies and will continue to do the bidding of the Ayatollah and the IRGC. Does that make sense to people? Does that make sense? By the way, if anyone is able to see what's going on without YouTube suppression, please leave a comment. I believe it might be that have we been stopped on YouTube altogether? Let me double check. Bear with me, folks. I just want to see, is YouTube still allowing this to be on their channel, or have they cut me off completely? No, it looks like, oh, wow. We're almost up to 100 people. I know it doesn't show in the numbers online, but I can go into the system and I can see that almost 100 people are watching the program as we speak. Thank you. I appreciate each and every one of you. And by the way, give a like, please share, and leave comments. I'm always happy about that. But please subscribe if you believe in the free speech. Whether you agree with everything that I have said or not, doesn't matter. It's that we can have this conversation. Things like the conversation I was having with Democrat Mike, where he's saying, no, this is his political position. He believes in characteristics over qualifications. Fantastic. That's his point of view. And he was making his case that qualifications are not as important as the characteristics, that being black and a woman, being a woman of color, are more important than actually being effective at the job. That was his argument. And so that we can have that conversation, so that you can say, when you go out and vote, which one's more important to you? Qualifications or characteristics? It's up to you. You can make whatever choice you want. I'm not telling you not to pick one or the other. I'm giving you the choice. And I'm telling you, in my observation, my conclusion, based on those facts, I need to have qualifications. The world needs qualifications. Because we are seeing what the world is doing based on characteristics. The characteristics aren't swaying anyone. And in fact, it is emboldening people to cross the United States border, to have a fight, to take American citizens hostage. It is making the situation worse. And they know, if they want to get out of this bad situation, any nation in the world, every terrorist in the world knows, all I need to do when we have weak people in charge of the United States government, because we really can't say Joe Biden's in charge. He's not. So when we have weak people like Kamala Harris that are running things, all you have to do is just make them look politically good. Wait until there's an election and you can get anything, as they desperately scramble to try and have something that they can say, look, we did this. Oh, look, they got back 3 Americans. That's fantastic. You only have 70,000 more Americans to bring home. They brought home 3 Americans that they could have brought home 2 years ago. Oh, they're doing such a great job. I am so impressed. I can see why Iran now wants to attack Israel directly. It's ridiculous. If someone thinks I am wrong, I am happy to hear your comment. Just like with Democrat Mike, I'm happy to hear your comment. But if you're going to tell me qualifications aren't important, and you're going to tell me that I should be concerned about the characteristics, don't expect that I'm going to agree with you. That's not a winning argument. It makes no sense. No one would ever agree to that if they were thinking rationally. But if you're thinking irrationally, if you're reacting only on emotion, if you're Rachel Scott, if you're ABC News, MSNBC, CNN, then yeah, you're going to go with the emotional answer because there's a political agenda attached to that. It's really sad. It's terrifying and sad, I think. By the way, not only can you like, share, subscribe, which I appreciate, and that's all you have to do. There's nothing else that we require of you. Matter of fact, we don't even require that. I ask you for that. And if you can afford $1.50 a month, not even a cup of coffee, we're talking about just $1.50. That's like a couple of spoons of sugar in your coffee. If you can afford $1.50 a month, join our Patreon. It helps me to pay my bills, to be able to do all of this. And we would greatly appreciate that. But you don't have to. You can also super chat us. We do have super chats at this time. So you can leave us a super chat saying whatever it is that you think is important. Especially, by the way, if you want to insult me, you have to do it with a super chat. If you want to attack me personally, you have to do it with a super chat, and it has to be at least $20. Because I know there are leftists that are going, I hate this guy because I don't know what. I don't know what the left thinks of me. I hear it all the time. They tell me I'm not black. Oh, you're not black. $20. Give me $20. You can say that on the channel. But I am. Whether they like it or not, I am. And they can't deal with that. Oh my God, you're a Republican, you're a conservative, and you're black, and you're Hispanic. That can't happen. It blows their mind. Why? Because they're based on characteristics, not qualifications. I'm an educated, experienced man, period, full stop. I'm an educated, experienced American, full stop. That's what you should be evaluating. And instead, the left looks at, but you're black, but you're Hispanic. You can't say that. Why? Because Joe Biden said I'm not black if I don't agree with him 100%, if I don't kowtow to the Democratic Party. I'm sorry. This is not the 1800s. I'm not doing that. But that's me. Again, I'm happy to hear the other side. And I have an open invitation to every single Democratic candidate across America at any level of government, local, state, federal, that if they want to debate me on anything that I have said, any of the sources that I have provided, I will be happy to do so. I don't have a time limit like CNN or MSNBC or mainstream news media. We can have the discussion and we can go into the details. I am more than happy and ready to do that at any day, at any time, on any subject. Yes, I am that good enough. Here I am. Hey, what is his name? The New York, what is it? New York 15th District. It's, God, I can't remember his name now. Any of the candidates, any member of Congress, I can debate with all of you. I've done it before. I've done it in person. I've done it when the cameras aren't on, and I've had members of Congress in front of me talking, both parties talking about the issues. I'm more than happy to do that. But, we'll see what happens. All right. So I think it's very important to understand that what is happening in Europe right now is critical to the United States. By the way, if you're new to the channel, links to everything that I am putting on the screen will be added after the show in the description so that you can see it for yourself. so that you can see I'm not just clipping this because, oh, well, that helps Mike. I'm trying to give you context. I'm trying to give you information and sources so that you can go back and see the sources for yourself and make your own decision. Because you're an American citizen, you're intelligent, you're a human being, you have agency, and I'm not a progressive. So that means you don't have to agree with me. You can have your own reasons for the things you do, because I respect you. Can the left say the same thing? They don't. Okay. That being said, so we're talking a little bit about what's escalating in the Middle East. And we're seeing that people are taking advantage of the Biden-Harris administration. Iran is using the weakness of the Biden-Harris administration to be able to attack Israel directly, something they have never done previously. Before 2024, they have never done that because they were terrified. They were afraid the United States would knock them out if they ever did that. They no longer have that fear under a Biden administration with Kamala Harris as the VP. They're not concerned anymore. That's a problem. We see that not just the Middle East, but then we see that Russia is taking advantage, getting 16 prisoners for the 10 that they released because America needed a win. Every nation that was involved in the prisoner swap, every nation was a member of NATO, which the United States dominates. 80% of all of the actions that NATO takes, all of their locations, their soldiers, those are Americans. 80% of all the troops in NATO are American. Almost all the funding for NATO comes from America. If nations in NATO want the protection of the United States, they have to play ball. They had to support Joe Biden, who is looking for a political win. He can't talk about Afghanistan. He can't talk about the Ukraine. He can't talk about the Sudan. He can't even talk about the backyard of the United States and talk about Haiti in the Caribbean, where 40,000 Americans were thrown away, and we had to ask the Kenyans, the Kenyan police had to be imported to Haiti, which is 3 hours away from America, to take care of and to protect American citizens. That's how bad the Biden-Harris administration is. Haiti had to import police from Africa to take care of, to protect American citizens in a nation, Haiti, 3 hours away from the coast of America, because Joe Biden and Kamala Harris can't. No, let me rephrase that. Because they won't. Not that they can't, they won't protect any of the Americans in Haiti. And that's a problem. And the mainstream news media doesn't want to talk about it. Because if they did, you might not vote Democrat, and therefore they wouldn't be able to fortify the 2024 election, which is what they are doing. There is a reason why Google and YouTube said at the beginning of this year that they were going to change their algorithm. It's the reason why in the last week you can't find articles about Kamala Harris in 2019 dropping out of the presidential race. Why it's so difficult to find out that in 2016 Kamala Harris was running as an East Indian and not a African American. It's the reason why you didn't find, it's difficult to find out that Kamala Harris her campaign for the presidency in 2019 went bankrupt because no one wanted to give her money. Democrats didn't want to give her money because she wasn't good enough. They changed the algorithms. They're manipulating this. You have heard in the last week and a half that Kamala Harris is the bestest ever. And the world has said, oh my God, it's a free-for-all. This is the time that they can get away with anything. America isn't paying attention. America is asleep at the wheel, and the crazies control the house. They can do anything they want, which is part of the reason why we are seeing that in the United Kingdom, there are riots going on. And the riots are in part because Keir Starmer, a leftist, is exactly like Kamala Harris. Now, no, Keir Starmer is not African American. Keir Starmer isn't black. Keir Starmer isn't a woman. Again, the characteristics aren't the same. The qualifications are. Keir Starmer is a progressive. Keir Starmer does believe in open borders. Keir Starmer does believe in everything that Kamala Harris believed, at least in 2019, before she got to retrofit her campaign now. Everything she used to believe, that's what Keir Starmer believes. And he convinced the British people that they could make a change. Given Liz Truss was horrible. Horrible choice for Prime Minister. And Rishi Sunak, milquetoast. Might as well have had Mitt Romney. They're the same person. Rishi Sunak, Mitt Romney, same person, same strength and policies. Horrendous. Bad for England. And that's why the number of illegal aliens entering the United Kingdom increased. It's why all of his initiatives failed. Because he was horrible. Because he was milquetoast. Because he wasn't willing to stand up. Because he got put into place because of characteristics, because of the color of his skin, because of his ethnicity, not because of how good he was at his job. He wasn't the best person. They should have gone with Kemi Badenoch. I said that then, I say it now. It's on record. There's videos, multiple videos of me being interviewed where I said, England should have picked Kemi Badenoch. But they didn't. They went with Rishi Sunak because he had better characteristics than anyone else. And so that's why they picked him. After Liz Truss, they went with a woman first because she was a woman, and she failed. And in 45 days, she was kicked out because she was a failure. So then they went to Rishi Sunak because he had the next best set of characteristics, not the best qualifications. And now he has failed. And so they went, well, since we're going down this road of characteristics, Keir Starmer has great characteristics. Let's go with him. And now you see that England is in the middle of burning as we speak. Will this happen in the United States? I think so. I think in November 6th, matter of fact, November 5th, on November 5th, 1 hour after the election, you will see riots just like you're seeing in the United Kingdom in the United States, except it's going to be the left that's doing it. You're going to see leftists across America, just like in 2016, they're going to come out, they're going to protest, they're going to block off streets, they're going to have autonomous zones, just like they did in 2020. They're going to try and burn down cities, just like they did in 2020 and 2021. Because the left believes in characteristics, not in qualifications. And they don't know how to react. Every time the left doesn't get what they want, they go to violence. Now, the difference about what's happening in England, in the United Kingdom, than here in the United States, the right are pissed off and fed up. They're done. They've reached their limit. Their children are being stabbed to death. People say, oh, well, if we just get rid of the guns, everyone will be safe. In the United Kingdom, they don't have guns. They've never, for well over 500 years, they have not had guns. And yet, the knife crime is what they have instead. And children, 3 children were killed by a maniac with a machete, with a knife. 3 children. And they're tired. The people on the right, the center and the right of England, are fed up. And Keir Starmer has nothing to offer. His answer is, well, it's okay. They're foreigners. We have to be patient. They will adjust. They will assimilate. Don't be angry. Don't take out your anger. Wait a minute, but they just killed children. These groups are killing kids. They're fed up. Their kids are in danger. Now, I'm not telling you that the rioting that's happening in the United Kingdom right now is a good thing. I'm not telling you that there should be that. And I'm not even going to try and say that it's justified. It's not. I don't think violence is justified in this manner. It's just not. But I can understand the frustration. I can understand that people are tired of listening to leaders who were only selected because of their characteristics that are trying to tell them, just wait. Just allow your children to be killed. Don't react. Your emotions are not the ones, they're not approved. Those aren't the approved emotions, so you can't react. I'm sorry, you can't do that to people. The pressure has been building and building and building. And as the United States has let the global pressure increase, we're starting to see it bubble over. We're starting to see explosions. And we're starting to see people react. And I think you could see that in the United States. Initially, you will see that the left will start to riot. They will try to have autonomous zones, just like in Atlanta, like the defenders of the Atlanta forest. They will try to take over autonomous zones, like they did in Columbia and in Harvard. They will create their little mini cliques, and they will try and take over property. And I think America is fed up with that. I don't think we're going to see it. It is a violation. It is literally insurrectionist to have an autonomous zone. That is a fact. It is irrefutable. There is no argument against this. It violates every local, state, and federal law. That is a fact. It cannot, there is no feeling about that. There is no interpretation about that. It is, by law, factually, a insurrectionist act to reject all the laws of the United States at local, state, and federal levels. Period. Every autonomous zone is an insurrection. And I think people are fed up with that. I think we have seen our limit of that. People are tired of having the left block off the roads, stopping people from going to work, getting to the hospital, to take care of their family and their kids. They're fed up with that, and they've reached their limit. I truly believe that is the case. And we have been seeing elements of that for over the last 2 years. People are done with this. They don't want to support this. This is why the support of BLM has gone down and down and down. Why we are starting to see that the Democratic Socialists of America are losing, the progressive, the squads. They're losing in elections. Jamal Bowman just got bounced out. We're seeing that Cori Bush is about to get bounced out. We're seeing that they're getting less money. And every one of those progressive, the Democratic Socialists of America, they're all becoming mainstream Democrats. They're adopting mainstream Democrat issues and policies and positions so that they can keep the money and they can keep the power, because they didn't care. They wanted power more than they wanted their policies. And we're seeing that, and that's how we get to where Britain is. I truly believe it. Now, I could be wrong. Oh, we got a comment. I'm sorry. Slackjaw33 says that the violence that we see, that I'm talking about happening in Britain, is going to come to America soon. He said that on, this is from Rumble. And give me a second, Slackjaw. Thank you for your comment. Just sharing it with everyone else so that they can see this. So I know everything's still up on Rumble. Not sure about YouTube. Again, I do know there are people watching on YouTube, even though YouTube won't show the numbers. But Slackjaw says that we could see the violence that's happening in the United Kingdom coming to the United States. I think you're right. And I think that you're going to see, again, it's not the right that's going to start that, but it will be the right that finishes it. I think that's the case. We have been edging closer and closer towards a second civil war. We have been talking about it on this channel since 2016, actually 2015, when people first started saying, this country is getting very, very divided. There's a problem. The left is pushing identity and identity politics and dividing people. The left is pushing equity, and that's dividing people, because equity turns you into a category, a checkbox. You're no longer a human being. You no longer have agency. You just fill checkboxes. That's it. That's Kamala Harris. That's what they did to her. Whether you think Kamala Harris is the greatest thing since sliced bread, which she isn't, or you think she's just a checkbox, according to equity, she's just checkboxes. The reason why she got the job is checkboxes. She's like Ketanji Brown Jackson, excuse me, the Supreme Court justice who was hired because of checkboxes. She wasn't the best Supreme Court justice they could have. Democrats, yes, she's a Democrat. Yes, she's a reactionary. She's what's the word? Activist. And she's an activist on the bench in the Supreme Court. But she was picked because she's a black woman. She picked the boxes. And because she was the youngest one. There were at least 7 better black women who were judges that could have taken the place. But they were at least 20 years older than her. And so they didn't pick them. They picked her because she had one extra checkbox than all the rest. That's a fact. We covered it at the time. It is, Slackjaw33 says, there are scary times coming up ahead. And I agree with you, Slackjaw. And thank you for the comments on Rumble, by the way. Let me mention that. Hang on a second, folks. So, yeah, thank you for the comments, Slackjaw33. I agree with you. We have difficult times coming up if we do not recognize the root cause of the problem. It's kind of like the conversation I was having earlier about reparations. It's the root cause that's the thing that we need to address. Money isn't the solution. People will tell you, oh, well, we're going to increase and we're going to have a minimum wage of $50 an hour. I mean, literally, there are candidates in California that are trying to convince people, vote for me, I'll get you a $50 minimum wage. Yeah, but that's if you get a job. Everyone else will get fired. It's going to destroy the economy because just going to a $15 minimum wage, $20 minimum wage in California, 10,000 people lost their jobs. Most of the people that pay increase affected got fired. That's a fact. Businesses closed, thousands of businesses closed all across California because they can't afford it. And now they're going to do 5 times more damage by increasing the pay to $50. Literally, this is what one of their candidates for senator, state senator, Barbara Lee, a candidate in California, is saying, I'm going to have a $50 minimum wage. Great, so you can even devastate even more people and make them unemployed. You're going to close even more businesses. That's smart because that helps a lot more people. More people got fired and businesses closed than people were able to get a pay raise. It makes no sense. But you're not supposed to think about it. You're not supposed to stop and actually have a conversation. You're not supposed to evaluate what's being said and what's happening. You're supposed to obey. You're supposed to get hyped up on your emotions and go out and block off streets. Try and create autonomous zones. You're supposed to say that anyone who doesn't agree is a sexist or a racist, an ist or a phobe, and you have to be angry and violent against them. That's what the left promotes. That's the environment the left has created. And they are upset when the right in that environment finally starts to react. That's the thing. That's the thing we're seeing in England. And that's why it's so important to understand. This is the right finally reacting after years upon years upon years of being told they're the bad guys, on years upon years of being told they're racist and sexist for not accepting the illegal aliens breaking their laws because they're not giving enough money in taxes to take care of illegal aliens, because they are not compromising enough in their lives when their kids get killed over and over and over again. This is not the first time that children have been stabbed by individuals, crazed lunatics that aren't British. This is not the first time that's happened, and they finally are snapping and reacting. And now the left-leaning news media says, oh, they're the bad guys. Look at what you did to me. Look at what you've done. Matter of fact, this is the exact argument that the left makes about Hamas. They're like, oh, well, they had no choice. Well, the right has no choice in England. The right has no choice in America. Oh, well, you can't say that. That's not the same thing. Why not? You've been putting their backs against a wall. And we can diffuse this. Let me be very clear. I'm not advocating for violence. I never advocate for violence. I do not want to see protests. I disagree with violent protests everywhere because violent protests aren't protests. Do not agree with that whatsoever. We have always said that should not happen. But I'm not going to sit here and talk to you and ignore the fact that this is happening, that there is a reality that is right in front of us. We can resolve this, but that takes action. It takes conversation, and it takes rejecting characteristics over qualifications. It takes people to be substantive rather than being feeling. We can't react on feelings. Feelings aren't an answer. Just not. At least that's the way I see it. Is there anyone who disagrees with what I'm saying? And remember, if YouTube is not letting you make a comment, you can always try a super chat. You can try a super chat on Rumble, or you can just make a comment on Rumble. I'm perfectly happy with either one. You can call in to 929-715-8569, and you can say, Mike, I disagree. You can tell me why. Mind you, it's not enough to say, don't tell me that, don't say, Mike, you're evil. I've heard that all the time. You're not black. I've heard that before too. You're old. I get that. You're ugly. Fantastic. I don't care about those things. Personal attacks mean nothing. That's a waste of your phone call and my time. Don't waste your time with that. I don't care about the personal attacks. You want to have a conversation about the substance, you can call in and say, Mike, here are the facts that you're presenting. This is how the conclusion is something different than what I'm talking about. How it leads to something better than what I'm envisioning, what I see us being led to. Please, I'm happy to hear that. I just don't see it. And when I say that England is burning right now, I mean, according to The Independent, this is all over England. This isn't in just London. It's not just in the metropolitan areas. This is across the country and also in Northern Ireland. It is happening almost everywhere, not Scotland. I don't know why. And by the way, if there's anyone on the channel, and I know I have some people from the UK who watch the channel from time to time, if anyone can tell me why they're not having this problem in Scotland, let me know. Is it because there are fewer illegal aliens in Scotland than any other part of the UK? Is that the answer? Has there been less of a push for some of these extremist views in Scotland than anywhere else? Is that the reason why we're seeing Scotland be so different in terms of all the riots that we're seeing everywhere else across the United Kingdom? I don't know. But I'm happy to hear an answer if someone has that answer. But I think this is very important for us to understand, to really get an understanding of where we are at this moment, especially as we're seeing that right now, America is in the middle of a military. We are militarizing as well. Lindsey Graham, Senator Lindsey Graham of South Carolina, has put in let me put it. Come on, come back. I hit the wrong button. Bear with me. Lindsey Graham has put in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. These 5 bills. So these 5 bills, August 1st, July 31st, July 31st, July 24th, June 20th. So he wants to make Russia a sponsor of global terror. He wants to increase the duties, raise taxes, put on tariffs on Iran and any country that imports oil from Iran. That means Russia, that means China, that means North Korea. That's who he's targeting. So this bill right here, this is July 24th, Senate Bill 4761. He wants to have any country that imports oil or gas from Iran. Well, the only countries that are importing oil from Iran, China, North Korea, and Russia. He's targeting the enemies of the United States. And he's got no support on this, by the way. It's not happening. But he's trying. He's putting out a message that the rest of Congress, the rest of the nation, the rest of the world are seeing that America is militarizing. Merely having this conversation that no one else has been having is telling you something. Because he went from June 20th saying this, and then on the 31st, again, he's after Iran. On the 31st, he's again after Iran. On August 1st, he's after Iran. He's escalated. Now, whether you think it is correct on any one of these individual bills that Iran is the threat, and I think they are a threat to the United States. Iran has promised for more than 40 years that they will kill America. Whether you're left or right, it doesn't matter. You can be a progressive, you can be a Republican, you can be a libertarian, you can be independent and don't pay attention to politics. You only watch the Kardashians, and Iran wants to kill you. They have said that unequivocally for decades. They have helped to capture and kill American hostages around the world for 4 decades. They don't care what your politics are. The fact that you exist as an American citizen is the only justification they need. Because that is the only justification they have used. You are an American, they will kill you. You're an Israeli, they will kill you. They believe in genocide. And now we are seeing this escalation of militarization against Iran. That should tell you something. Lindsey Graham doesn't need to put a bill in front of the Senate to be able to say that Iran is a danger. He can get on any national or international news agency and talk about the problem that Iran presents, how Iran, the global sponsor of terror around the world, is a danger, and that the world needs to be prepared and react to Iran. He doesn't need to put in a bill. He can be on national news and have an impact internationally. He's putting bills into Congress. He is trying to codify the conflict between the United States and Iran, because Iran is escalating their war. They're escalating their rhetoric. They're escalating their weapons. And that's a problem. And I believe Lindsey Graham does not have faith in Joe Biden, because Joe Biden doesn't know what he's talking about. Joe Biden is mindless. And Kamala Harris is useless. I mean, again, I'm not the only one who says that. Go to the left. The progressives are saying that. We're hearing that from Kit Cabello. We're hearing that from Hardlands News. We're hearing that from the left, that they think Joe Biden is useless. Well, Joe Biden is mentally gone. And Kamala Harris is useless. She's a fish. She will flip-flop and go with anything that will get her power and election. And Lindsey Graham is reacting to that, because he already has been out talking to international media, talking to American citizens, talking to the Biden-Harris administration, and he has gotten nowhere. And things have only gotten worse. So now he's putting it into law. He's telling the world, this is a signal, this is a message. It's about to get worse. There's about to be 2 simultaneous regional wars in the world if we do not do something very, very quickly. That's what I take this as. This is a message, a signal flare to the world that America is militarizing. We are aware, and given a stronger leader, we will take action internationally. That Iran will not get away with this. That we will have a Middle East war, and the United States will be actively involved. That's what I see this as saying. Now, you may say, Mike, but I don't agree with that. Okay, maybe. By the way, Slackjaw, who was just with us, mentioned good luck with the show, and they enjoyed the show and agree 100%. God bless America. Well, thank you, Slackjaw, for taking the time to be with me. Sorry, alarm going off. Thank you, and this is from Rumble, and this is what Slackjaw said. And thank you for being someone who is supporting the channel, who is actually watching the show and being what do you call it? A subscriber. Thank you very much for that, Slackjaw. All right. I think this is a troubling fact. We need to talk about the 2024 election. We need to talk about the qualifications of Kamala Harris. Before I do that, I want to talk the Olympics. Hang on. Let me put it in writing here in front of you guys. Gotta type. I gotta figure out how to type. Let's talk about the French Olympics. I know. A lot of people have been very upset about the Olympics. I've heard a lot of people on social media making a lot of comments about the Olympics. Obviously, there's the opening of the French Olympics, where we had a man walking around in front of children with his balls hanging out. I mean, seriously, folks. Look, I don't care. You can try and say it's artistic, but a man with his balls hanging out in public, running around children, that's not artistic. Just not. And if for no other reason, forget everything else. If that's the only thing that you need to focus on, forget about religion, forget about whether you know anything about Dionysus, whether or not you know anything about the Last Supper, throw all that out. Do you really think that it's appropriate to have a grown man running around on a stage on international TV in front of children, being seen by children? Do you think that's proper? Most don't. So you don't. People say, "Well, it's only because of religion." Screw you. You're stupid. No, of course it's not. That's inappropriate. I don't care whether you're religious or not. I don't care what your religion is. It's inappropriate. We have laws against that. A lot of laws against that because it's inappropriate. It's wrong. And it's abusive. That shouldn't be on TV. Maybe if you want to make a porn, fantastic, but it's not for international broadcast. I know rules are different in France, and in France you can, I don't know, give a baby a cigarette maybe, but the rest of the world, thank goodness, doesn't have the morality of France. And I know I'm not a big fan of the French, but this is why. I mean, God help us. Look at what they're doing. So I have a problem with the opening. Besides the fact that it had nothing to do with Dionysus. The French opening ceremony, that's not about Dionysus. No, it's not. Just because you have a blue Smurf in the middle of the screen so that you can have an excuse to say, see, it's not. You know, the Last Supper didn't have blue people. Okay, that's your escape clause. But let's be realistic. The iconography, the way it's been set up, the framing of the image and everything about that image was a reference to Christianity. It was a reference to the Last Supper. It was a statement. Absolutely. And they know it. And that's why initially the people who created that opening ceremony apologized because it was referencing the Last Supper. They admitted that this is what it was. Then they changed the answer 3-4 times now. We've seen them change their answer as they got feedback from the left around the rest of the world. And they try to get more and more justification for what they did. But the fact is, they were trying to attack and insult white-leaning people who tend to be more religious, who tend to be more Christian. That's just what they were after. And I think that France was doing that because the French leftists were angry. They were trying to make a statement that they still had power, that they were still in control. Because a lot of people may have forgotten that in the last month, the European Union voted, they voted to become, They voted to become more centrist. They're moving to the right. And France is pissed about that. Emmanuel Macron, the president of France, he's a diehard leftist, a far leftist. He's a socialist. He's trying to get cozy with China. He wants more leftist policies, more leftist principles, more progressivism in both France and the world. And they lost their power base in the EU, as the EU said, no, progressivism doesn't work. Socialism doesn't work. So let's stop moving left, which instantly made them far right. Again, they stopped moving left. Not that they moved to the right, they stopped moving left, and that made them far right, according to France, according to Emmanuel Macron and the progressives. And that's something that the left had a problem with. And even in France, they initially lost. The left, the socialists, they lost. And that freaked them out. That terrified them. So they got the kids together. They got the unions together. They got their power base together. And they banded together. People who do not agree. This is like the Democratic Socialists of America talking to the moderates in the Democratic Party and saying, we have to agree or we lose. And so they came together and said, we don't like Macron. We don't like his policies, but we have to do something or we stop moving left. The nation will stop moving left, which means that's far right. Just not continuing to move to become more socialist, to not become more progressive is, in the eyes of the progressive movement, that is the far right. That's all it takes. That's all it takes. And look at everything in Twitter. Look at all of the people on the left. And I used the example of J.K. Rowling earlier. There are many, many, many others that were on the left. And the second they stopped moving left, they became far right and they were evil and they were demonized every single time. And the French were terrified that that was going to happen to them. And a lot of politicians were going to lose power if, for some reason, in any way, the French government didn't keep moving left. So they had to make backroom deals to keep pressure on the right. And the result of that was the French Olympics opening saying, screw you. That was the French leftists saying, we're the intelligentsia, we're the artists, we're the elites. Screw you guys. That's what the French opening of the Olympics was about. It was a political statement to the center and to the right of France and Europe and the rest of the world. That's what I truly believe. You may disagree, but I think that's why we saw it the way we did and why they made it as insulting as they did with representation of all their political spectrum of the left. The full leftist spectrum. That's body positivity, body paint, balls hanging out around children, grown men hanging out with their balls out next to grown children. Yeah, all of their insanity all on one screen. That's why they did that. And the French Olympics is also where we get to see, and I know people have had a lot of talk about this now, where a man was beating up a woman in boxing. And there's two men, or two individuals that have testosterone, that have XY chromosomes. So biologically, they would in general qualify as men. They have XY chromosomes, they have high levels of testosterone. Biologically, male. But they believe themselves to be women. And in the case of the Armenian, the one that caught everyone's attention around the world, he got into the ring 46 seconds later. The Italian woman is out. He won that, and he's now won. He's guaranteed himself a medal in the Olympics, in the 2024 Olympics. This individual from Armenia, he's a hermaphrodite. So I don't know if it's proper to say he or she or it or they or whatever the word is that's popular this second. They're a hermaphrodite, which means they're both male and female. They were born, as I understand, they were born with both sexes. Hang on one second. Rain. As happy as I am that the humidity is breaking because of the rain, I don't want to get electrocuted because the water comes in and gets into the equipment and zap. And you'll see me zapped on live stream. That wouldn't be fun. But the hermaphrodite in the boxing match has XY chromosomes and testosterone. So, no, they're not a man per se. They're not completely a man per se. They're both sexes. Literally, they're that 1% of the population that is literally born with both chromosomes, that's born with both genitals. Generally means that they're sterile, and they are, you could say, a mistake of science. There's a reason why there's only 1% of them. There's a reason why there's only 1% of the population at most that are hermaphrodites. Does that mean that hermaphrodite should be in the boxing ring with women? No. And again, I think this is a leftist action because they can't say no. Because if they make this exclusion for one, it applies to all. If they say that there is a genetic difference between men and women, then many of their arguments disappear. That they can't say, oh, well, there's a difference between men and women, but there is no difference in men and women. You can't have that political argument. You can't be on both sides of that argument. Either men and women are the same or they're not. And they're trying to convince everyone that we're all the same. Well, then that means men can be in a boxing match with women and women get destroyed. They get their lives, they get hurt. And no one agrees with that. The reaction across America, I love this. As much as the left wants to say that there is so much accepted, that they're so correct, that they are changing the world, when the world watched that boxing match, the world saw a man beating up a woman and said, that's unfair, that's unjust. No. That's what the world said. That was the instant emotional gut reaction and the logic behind the reaction across the world. The left is losing. It was the one thing that's reassuring about the French Olympics. It's the one thing that's reassuring about modern politics. That visceral, instantaneous response by everyone in the world. That was wrong. Men should not be fighting women. That is the answer. Now, you can go into the nuance of it and say, well, it's a hermaphrodite. Men and women are the same. It's, it's boxing, so more skill might have won. She apologized. The woman apologized for falling on her knees as her dreams and her life goal were crushed before her eyes. Very likely unfairly. Yeah. I don't care about that. The instantaneous reaction from the world. If you said nothing, if you didn't tell people what country they were in, when people saw the 40-second video of that boxing ring, they didn't know what country each of those people were from. They didn't know anything about them. They didn't know their names. They didn't know the countries. They didn't know their political backgrounds. All they knew, that's a man beating up a woman. That's unfair. And that is the saving grace. It tells us that the left is actually losing. That the left isn't winning. Because if they were, there would never have been any outrage. There would never have been anyone complaining about it. And I know some people want to make it about race. Well, one of them is darker skinned than the other. Has nothing to do with it. No one cares. No one said, oh, the dark-skinned woman was beating up on the white-skinned woman, so, it's about racism and this is... No one cared. No one cared. Honestly, it's not about politics. It's about the gut genetic reaction. That's what it was. And it tells us that there's still hope for humanity. There's still hope for this planet. That the left isn't winning like they think they were. At least that's the way I see the French Olympics. And you may disagree. You may say, Mike, no, I see it completely different. Okay, why? Tell me why you think that the left is winning on this, that they're succeeding on this. I don't think they are. I truly do not. But if you think they are, I'm more than happy to hear how. And I know that as much as we're seeing that YouTube and Facebook, that they're suppressing this, I'm still happy to hear your voice and tell me what you think. Because I know people are watching this. I know far more people are watching this right now than are being able to show comments. Because I just checked. I just checked into the system. I just looked at how many people are watching this. We have almost 100 people watching. I hope we can get to 100. I know we can afterwards. After the show, I know we'll get over 100 people. I know that there are at least 3 times as many people watching on Rumble as watching on YouTube. That's traditional. 300 times. So we've got almost 100 people here. We've got about 200 people who are watching on Rumble. That's fantastic. And I hope more will. But don't be afraid to say, Mike, I think you're wrong. If you think I'm wrong, tell me why. If you think the French were correct, if you think the French were doing a great job, tell me why. And you know what? Around the world, that's not the case. That's why the left is so pissed off. That's why the left is rallying so hard around this. It's not about trans rights. It has nothing to do with trans rights. It has nothing to do with anything except that they don't have control. The left doesn't have as much control. And they have proof that they are not as accepted as they thought they were. And in France, that they don't have as much political power as they thought they did. They thought they could just, shove around their power and laugh in people's faces and insult people based on their core beliefs. Not just religion, but, things like protecting children, protecting women. Yeah, they didn't think they had to care about it. They do. Again, if someone on the left thinks, Mike, you're wrong, you don't understand. Fantastic. Explain to me. Explain it to me. Don't call me a ist or a phobe. Explain it to me. How am I wrong? How is that not correct? You can call in 929-715-8569. You can call in. You can leave a comment on YouTube. You can leave a comment on Facebook. I know the system is seeing. You can type in anytime you want. I'll be happy. Whether you're on Rumble or whether you're on YouTube or you're on Facebook, I'll be able to see the comment. Everyone will be able to see the comment. I'm not hiding anyone's comment. I don't block people unless you're being, actually violent. I don't block people. That's not what I do. So you can make a comment. You can put in a super chat. If you think I'm not paying attention, you can put in a super chat for $2 and scream. Say, Mike, you're wrong. Here's the reason why. You can do it. But I notice the left never does. Because they don't have an answer that isn't emotional. And that's what the French Olympics is showing us and is reinforcing. Most of the world does not agree with the left. And that is good news. That is a ray of hope for the future, in my opinion. I truly believe that. That's what I see happening there. I could be wrong. But I think that should lift up the spirits of a lot of people, recognizing that internationally, people don't agree with the left. That's a good thing. So that's one thing. So I've talked about the French Olympics. We've talked about what's happening in the United Kingdom. We've talked about what's happening in the Middle East and how that's going. We've talked back and forth about Kamala Harris, the 2020 election. We've talked a little bit about that. We've been talking now, 2.5 hours. 2.5 hours. The only reason why I'm not taking the normal break that I usually take at about the 2-hour mark is it's raining cats and dogs out there. Yeah, it's raining pretty hard out there. So instead of taking the normal break that we do, I'm actually just continuing to move forward. You know what? No. Let me take a quick break. That's what I'm going to do. I'm going to take a quick break. I need to... Sorry, I'm trying to figure out where to put this. You know what? I need about 15 minutes. So I need about 15, 20 minutes. Let's call it 5:15. I will be back at 5:15. So that's about 30 minutes, 25 minutes. I just need to run to the head. I need to have a glass of coffee. I just need a second here. So okay. So I'm just putting that up right now. So we're going to be right back at 5:15 Eastern Standard Time. It's about 25 minutes or so. So I just need a little bit of time here. And what I'm going to do is I'll play some of the conversation because this will go into our conversation. When we come back, we're going to talk about Kamala Harris. We're going to talk about the election, the 2024 election. We're going to talk a little bit about the U.S. economy. We're going to talk about domestic issues, maybe even J.D. Vance a little bit. We're going to talk about that. And I want to hear what you guys have to say. Please like, share, subscribe. But in the meantime, what I'm going to do is I'm going to play a little bit from the special conversation, the conversation between me and Larry Sharpe. Larry Sharpe, a libertarian, me, a conservative Republican, as we watch the beginning of the interview with Donald Trump. And for those who haven't seen it, this will be about 15 minutes, 20 minutes of that conversation. So you can see some of the things we were talking about. And I will be right back.
I know it's supposed to be, but today it's 3. It's 3 because we have a very special show with one of our very special guests, the man himself. It is, yes, the man from No Soundbites Allowed, Michael Voss. How are you, sir?
I'm doing well, Larry, and thank you. It's because of me. It's my suggestion that we're doing it at 3 and not 7. So blame me.
There we go. I like blaming Mike. It makes me feel better about myself.
I know you do.
Yes.
It's a constant.
Yes.
It's like
I got a flat tire. I was like, damn you, Voss. It's all you. Of course, it doesn't matter. No matter what, it is your fault. But today, we are talking about Trump heading over and doing outreach, which, to be forward, many Republicans do very poorly, which is reaching out to the Black community. I think Trump does it better than most Republicans do, right? And people get mad at him for doing it. But when I'm looking at some of his, don't get me wrong, there are some Republicans who reach out to the Black community well. but not many. Most are not good at it. Trump is better than most. And he decided to show up at the National Association of Black Journalists.
Well, let's think about this and put in context.
Go
Trump
ahead.
is one of the things I think it's important. Trump is reaching out to people who are hostile to him. He went to the libertarians. He's
100%.
talking to the black journalists. He's going places where people who traditionally and even recently hate his guts or at least have animosity towards him. And he is talking to them, whether he's doing it great or not. And notice, we're not seeing that. I'll give RFK, I give him credit. He is also going out to events that don't like him or aren't traditionally going to support him. But other than those two, no one else is showing up to talk to the American people. I think that's important.
You are not wrong at all. I agree with you. I think, and I think that's why I thought this was special. And we have his speech was a speech. His encounter, I'll say that his encounter was about 30 minutes long. We're gonna watch it and kind of comment on what's going on. I think you're gonna like it, and I like it. I think you like it so much because I want you to click the like button. Click the button that is like. I said like, so click the button, damn you. Click that like button. It does matter. And if you want to follow what else Mike is doing, and one of the most popular things he does is his weekend show on Sundays, but you can watch out what he's doing all week long on Rumble at No Soundbites Allowed. The details are in the description on both Facebook and YouTube. All good. If you're watching on Twitter, time to repost this right now. Repost it. All right, here we go. Let's see if.
Wait. Before we start, I probably should mention I'm a conservative Republican.
Yep.
Larry, of course, isn't. For my audience
Correct.
watching as well, and some people may not know, Larry's a libertarian. We
Correct.
are friends for over a decade now. And
in a while.
Yeah, and I'm sure this will be another one of our more special moments. But just for some people who are wondering where we stand in this whole thing. So, you know.
Yes, to be forward, I will say some good and bad things about Trump, but I'm not going to vote for Trump this year. I didn't vote for him before. I will not. I'm not going to vote for Trump this year. But it doesn't mean I don't have eyes. It doesn't mean I can't express what I still think is true and real. So,
right. And I also, you know, my political commentary. When I think somebody is wrong, I will call them out no matter what their political leaning. But I am going to vote for Trump. So we definitely have two different sides approaching this, which is why I thought it was such a great thing. We have two different points of view approaching this. One that's starting off with pro-Trump, one starting off not voting for Trump. And then we'll see how we see this event. I think it'll be great.
There we go. All righty. Here we go. Let's starting right now.
As journalists, we use opportunities like these both to inform our reporting, but also to help voters understand the choices that they face in a consequential and historic election year. NABJ has partnered with PolitiFact to fact check this conversation in real time. You can access.
Now that actually bothered me.
A lot bothers me right now. I'm already bothered by.
Yes.
I've seen this once before live. Something that you may not know, Larry. The reason why this is half an hour and not 1 hour, which is what was agreed to, is because of the technical issues from the NABJ, the National Association of Black Journalists. They screwed up their tech, which killed half the event, and then they came out with this. So that's one thing, just so you know why it's not an hour. Two, she has an attitude. Rachel Scott.
That's what bothers me.
She's got an agenda.
She starts off by saying, I know people didn't want to be. You don't have to say that. That's virtue signaling. And then and we're gonna fact check. Have you fact checked everybody else who showed up there? No.
Did you start off with Kamala? Did you start off with Joe Biden? Were the first words out of your mouth to Obama? We're gonna fact check you. No.
Now look, if that were true, and you and I both know it's not true, but if that were true, I wouldn't be mad at her. She's like, hey, anybody comes on my show, I fact check them live. Okay, then that's fair. You and I both know this was just because Trump.
Yeah. This is, and it's meant, the thing that gets me about this, and you know this as well as I do, Larry, this is meant to imply and put a seed into your mind. This is dishonest. There's untruth here. She's trying to negatively, subliminally, and implicitly put in the idea that this is biased.
This guy's a liar.
Yeah.
This guy's a liar.
That's
it, yes.
what she's looking to do.
I want to bring in what Joe said. Joe says, wait, I assume you were both Democrats because you're black.
Yeah, I saw that. He's
Joe,
funny.
you got to realize something. Neither one of us voted for Biden last time. So
Right.
we lost our black cards. They're gone. We lost them. So we don't get to have them anymore. So sorry about that. We used to be black, but then we didn't vote for Biden, and now we're not. So that should explain your confusion. So
they took away all the mirrors in the house.
They did. They're all gone. Yes.
That feed on social media.
Oh, what happened? Did I lose my internet?
No, it's lagging. We have pissed off the social gods already.
Oh, we said we didn't vote for Biden, and now they're canceling us. Damn it! I shouldn't have said anything. All right,
Two black men talking about elections, and they're like, "Oh no!"
Yeah, it's fine. I'm gonna just quickly reboot it on my computer if I could. So, do me a favor. Talk.
Like that's a hard thing for me. Actually, it's harder because you put me on the spot. I probably would have came up with something to fill it anyway. But yeah, they don't like. And please, folks, this is why it's so important that you like, you share, you subscribe, you be involved. When two black men get on, and neither of us are Democrats or pushing the approved message, the algorithms go insane. They get pissed at us because it's like, you're not supposed to exist. We can't talk to you people. No one's supposed to see you. You do.
All right, I got it back up now.
It's crazy. Go on.
Here we go.
Again, the hashtag is NABJ fact check. We have a lot to get to, and we do not want to waste any time. So let's bring out the former president of the United States, the Republican nominee for president, former President Donald Trump.
He should have diddy-bopped out. That would have been awesome.
Hey, wait a minute. Stop. Did you notice? There's 3 black women on that stage.
Yep.
All of the hype, all of the memes being pushed out there by Democrats, they make it seem like Rachel Scott was the only person on the stage. That it was just one black woman.
Yes.
They forget that there was 3 people on the stage and an entire audience, almost everybody in the place except Trump is black. But they're not going to mention that. That's something you should.
Well, that's not their hero. Their hero is Rachel. So that's who they say, our hero.
Yeah.
Thank you. How are you? Mr. President, we so appreciate you giving us an hour of your time.
She doesn't appreciate crap.
You mean a half hour?
She doesn't. Well, 1 and 2. Listen to her. She doesn't. She
not at all.
So like, I really could care less. You could just go die. That's in her voice.
Actually, I think I think she knew what she was doing. So she might have been like, Mr. President, I'm so happy you're going to give me a chance to virtue signal in front of all my people and then make me a star on MSNBC next week. I thank you so much for doing that for me. Yes.
Let me say up front, I think this was a trap. They knew that they were going to have Trump in. They already announced that they would be hostile to Trump. I mean,
why does Harris show up? Harris is a Fox News contributor. Harris actually likes Trump. Why does she show up then if this is a trap? Why doesn't she warn him and say, Mr. President, do my interview and bail? Because he did an interview with her.
Because she's the balance. She's the balance to the stage. She's the contrast to show people. I mean, look at the way they're dressing. She's in red and Rachel's in blue. It's very clear that we're marking off. The whole stage is set up to mark off. Here's our political divisions, so that and
they put the Republican all the way on the opposite.
Oh yeah, far away with the microphone.
She got a megaphone to yell. Yes,
yeah, because her microphone doesn't work, so they're just screwing her all together. This is a trap.
Start by addressing the elephant in the room, sir. A lot of people did not think it was appropriate for you to be here today.
Why?
You have pushed false claims.
Wait.
Some of your rivals.
Why is it inappropriate? I know I'm stopping a lot, but this beginning is very important. Here's the thing. I think it is.
Okay.
Because she goes, a lot of people, this is the journalists. This is an audience of journalists.
This is what they tease Trump about saying. Trump always goes, I'm hearing lots of people. And she does what they just tease Trump about doing.
Well, here's the thing. Isn't it the job of a journalist? I'm a journalist. I'm a political commentator. I'm a member of the press. Larry, you're a member of the press as well as a political figure. Well, think of this. our job, my job, ask questions.
Yes.
Whether I like you or not, I ask questions so the public gets an answer. Whether I like it or not, meaningless.
Correct.
I'm here to ask questions. Why in the hell would journalists say you shouldn't be here? We shouldn't be asking you questions. Then you failed at your job. You're not a journalist. That means you're a propagandist. Get out.
And there's a difference, right? I don't mind somebody having an opinion. And you see it when I do my shows, right? If I interview somebody, I do not attack them. I ask questions. I may push them a bit on a question, but you're right. I get the answers out. Then I may do a separate show that says, here is my opinion on what happened, right? I can do that separately.
Fair game.
Different. Yes,
fair game.
100%. All right.
From Nikki Haley to former President Barack Obama, saying that they were not born in the United States, which is not true. You have told 4 congresswomen of color who were American citizens to go back to where they came from. You have used words like animal and rabid to describe Black district attorneys. You've attacked Black journalists, calling them a loser, saying the questions that they ask are, quote, stupid and racist. You've had dinner with a white supremacist at your Mar-a-Lago resort.
Stop.
So my questions.
Well, go ahead.
So, one, she's manipulating. This isn't a question. These are statements.
Well, that's my point, right? And let me touch the exact point. The way I would have asked, if I wanted to cover this, how I would have asked, I would have thanked him, say, thank you for coming, Mr. President, kind of thing. Oh, great. Then I would have said, look, you and I both know that your critics have said many terrible things. That's how I would have said it. Not saying those things were true. She's saying everything they said was true. That's my problem with this question. She is announcing they're all true, you're wrong, versus going, you know what your critics have said? They have said all these things. Okay, how do you answer that? That is a better way of asking that question if you want to walk down that road. Go ahead.
Well, again, she's ceding the situation. She's basically saying, this is the truth. Now you have to apologize for it. How do you respond to it? That's one aspect of it. But I should mention something that I did cover that I have access to. The dinner where Nick Fuentes
now we're
at dinner, when he was at the dinner at Mar-a-Lago.
Yep.
I actually have a source who was there, who actually knows how that dinner came about, a direct source in that room.
Yep.
So, and I covered it at the time, and I'll be very clear for people right now. According to my source, who is impeccable and in the room, no one invited Nick into that room. That was because of Jeezy. What's his name? The rapper. Now I'm forgetting his name.
Kanye West?
Kanye West, yes.
Yeah.
Kanye West brought Nick to Mar-a-Lago. Kanye West. Nick was a
Yeah, I actually heard the same thing. I remember I heard that it was that Trump didn't know he was coming, and that someone brought him. And someone else told me that same thing. I heard that.
I know for a fact, Milo Yiannopoulos and Nick. Milo was involved in getting a couple of people were involved in getting.
My point, Mike, is I don't want to get
there.
involved in the details or not. I don't think it matters. The point is, you say, here is what critics have said. We know this,
but she's a liar.
Now,
the way she's framing it is a lie. He didn't have.
That's what I'm saying. You can bring up what someone's critics say, even if they're wrong. Yes. But you do it by saying, I am not saying your critics are correct. I'm saying we all know this is what they say.
This is what's out there. Yeah.
Go ahead and respond to it.
Well, that would be a journalist versus a propagandist. Rachel Scott is being a propagandist, and she's not being honest about it.
100%.
Sir, now that you are asking Black supporters to vote for you, why should Black voters trust you after you have used language like that?
I want her to say that to Kamala. Now that we Americans have seen you lie for years, saying Joe Biden is sharp as a tack, that he's a mental giant, and now we see the truth, which is why you're running for president. And how do you tell the American people to trust you? I would go back to
the Black part then. I would say, so Kamala, you've basically run away from being Black for like 40 years.
Yes.
So now all of a sudden you're Pam Grier. So can you please now tell me why we should believe you, right? For those of you who aren't old enough as Mike and I, you might know who Pam Grier is, but she was very much the Black sex symbol in the 70s maybe even late 60s, but definitely in the 70s, a little bit early 80s. She was definitely the black sex symbol.
Oh,
so
yeah.
anyway, so you're now basically Pam Grier. So tell me, why should we trust you? She would never say that, Mike. Never in a million years.
Which means this is propaganda. Go on.
Correct.
Well, first of all, I don't think I've ever been asked a question so in such a horrible manner. First question. You don't even say, hello, how are you?
This is the part that I liked about this one. Two parts. Trump went right back to his old, everything is the worst ever. Everything is the biggest it's ever been. His hyperbole is the norm. He went right to that. But the part that I thought was funny is, if you listen, people are clapping.
Well, there are some people who are shocked, but he's not wrong. And there are people, again, black people aren't monolithic. Correct. We're not all just Democrats. We don't just do what we're told. There are Republicans and Libertarians and Green Party in that audience as reporters and as citizens. Yeah. And they do recognize he's not wrong. She is incredibly rude and disrespectful to her guest, her interviewee, and a former president. That's absolutely 100%. True.
Yep.
Are you with ABC? Because I think they're a fake news network, a terrible network.
So he punches back, of course. What do you always
I think
does.
it's disgraceful that I came here in good spirit. I love the black population of this country. I've done so much for the black population of this country.
There's clapping.
Including employment, including opportunity zones.
No, but I was surprised that there was clapping. I assumed that they would fill the entire room with people who hate Trump so they could boo him. That's what I figured. But obviously it was open to the public, I guess, or whatever. And there's actually Trump supporters in the room. That's what I'm surprised.
There are black Republicans who happen to be in journalists as well. And that's why you heard it's the same thing as if we went into any newsroom in America. About 80% are leftists. About another 10% are moderates, which means leftists. And then you have the rest being every other type of political ideology. And that's what you heard. That's why you only heard a couple people clapping. The rest of them are like, well, we hate Republicans. He's evil.
Oh, hold on. Morgan says his use of superlatives bothers me quite a bit. It feeds into the extremists. I agree. I don't like that about Trump. I do not like that he uses hyperbole and superlatives all the time. I can't. It drives me. I'm with Mario on this. I can't stand it. I wish he'd be more like, hey, that was terrible, but he doesn't. He goes right into nobody's ever seen anything this terrible before. He goes right into that every time.
That's a matter of style, and everyone has a different style, and that's fine. We're all everybody in politics has huge egos. So does everyone in Hollywood and also the news media. So I'm not worried about that. It does not feed into extremism. If you take it as extremist, stop and reflect on yourself, because while he may have a big ego and it's very indicative of an ego, that's not negative. That's not extreme, nor is it calling for anything to be done. If you're thinking any of those things, that's on you. Stop and reflect on yourself.
All right. I'm not with you on that one.
With Senator Tim Scott of South Carolina, which is one of the greatest programs ever for black workers and black entrepreneurs. Done so much.
Not wrong.
And I say this, historically black colleges and universities were out of money. They were stone cold broke. And I saved them and I gave them long-term financing and no.
Now I'm torn on that one because I don't want the government financing anybody. But if you're going to finance them too, yes. But no, I wish the government was financing nobody. But if you're going to, then yes.
Nobody else was doing it. I think it's a very rude introduction. I don't know exactly why you would do something like that. And let me go a step further. I was invited here and I was told my opponent, whether it was Biden or Kamala, I was told my opponent was going to be here. It turned out my opponent isn't here. You invited me under false pretense. And then you said, you can't.
Is this why you think it was the ambush because of that?
No, it's the way that Rachel, one, it was a hostile environment, and look who they put on the stage to ask questions. Look who they made ask questions first. Look at the choice of the questions she took. So that's the trap. I'm black, I'm a woman, I'm asking racially charged questions that there is no positive answer. There's no way Trump can answer this, no matter what he says, that's going to be good enough or not be plastered across the internet saying that he's a racist. It's a no-win situation.
No, it's a good point, right? So how does he answer
No
a question when they
Soundbites
basically
Allowed
say,
is a podcast
okay,
hosted by Michael
everybody knows
Vass.
you're a racist.
The podcast focuses on providing in-depth discussions on various political and social issues. As the title suggests, the aim is to go beyond quick sound bites and explore topics in greater detail. Michael Vass, the host, engages with guests to analyze and discuss current events, policies, and political ideologies. The live stream and videos cover a wide range of subjects, including politics, economics, social issues, and more. By delving into longer, more comprehensive conversations, No Soundbites Allowed aims to provide listeners with a deeper understanding of the complexities surrounding contemporary issues. AI is listening. Shouldn't you know what AI knows? Aren't you tired of being treated like a child by major media parrots and want to be respected as an adult? There is nothing to lose and a lot to potentially gain, so check out No Soundbites Allowed on all major social media platforms.
All right, everyone, and thank you for joining us back here at No Soundbites Allowed. This is our Sunday live stream, and we are here with you on, it's 5:15, right on the mark. We try to be on time as much as we can. So we've been talking about a lot of things. We've been talking about what's happening in the United Kingdom, how that may be happening in the United States after January 5th. We've been talking a little bit about what's happening with the weak presidency, the weak leadership in the United States, and how that's affecting what's happening in the Middle East, what's happening in Europe, what's happening around the world. And we didn't even get into the American hostages that remain held by Hamas. We're now in month 10, almost month 11 of American hostages still being held, and no hope of them coming back at this point. This is the Biden-Harris administration. This is their diplomacy. So ineffective that Americans continue to be tortured and to be sexually abused. We have never forgotten about this. We will always remind you that they are being tortured and sexually abused by Hamas, the place that Harvard and Columbia and Binghamton University want to support. They're torturing Americans as we speak. And yet they don't want to talk about that. I will. And we need some action on that. But we've been talking about all of that and what's happening around the world and how it's affecting us. But in America, we've been focused. Not even the Olympics has been secondary. As much as people have been talking about the boxing match and the opening ceremony and been insulted, duly insulted, because they were being insulted on purpose. Even with all that, and we even had some conversation with Democrat Mike about reparations and whether that may, Democrat Mike and Graham were talking in the chat about reparations and whether that will help to solve the problems here in the United States. They won't, but we talked about all of that, but now let's talk about the 2024 election. It is the main thing that everyone is looking at, and we're about to go into the general election season, where even people who don't pay attention to politics suddenly start paying attention for 3 months, where every commercial will be a political ad telling you to vote for or against somebody. And they're going to try and convince you in less than 3 months that, they're the right person, even though you've never paid attention, you don't know what these people have been doing, that they will help give you free stuff or make things better. Well, let's take a look at that. What's the current status right now? Well, very simply, to give us a frame of reference, a little over a month ago, Donald Trump was beating Joe Biden by 3.4% in the polls. The aggregate of all the polls showed that Donald Trump was devastating Joe Biden. And even though it only said 3.1% difference, Nancy Pelosi, Chuck Schumer, Hakeem Jeffries, the Democrats in charge of the DNC, they all said there was no path for Joe Biden to win. They finally admitted that they have been lying to the American people, that these people, Hakeem Jeffries, Chuck Schumer, Nancy Pelosi, the mainstream news media, all knew that Joe Biden was only working 6 hours a day, he was a part-timer, and that he was incapable of doing the job of the presidency. Something that we saw very clearly as being highlighted just yesterday, as reported by Hard Lens News, Kit Cabello, the progressive, talking about this. And we can see Joe Biden has no clue what's happening in America. He has no idea what's going on outside of 10 a.m. until 4 p.m. This is him at night. He has no idea. And, Kamala Harris is giving us gobbledygook. This is the reason why Joe Biden was losing and had no path to the presidency, no path to win in just a month ago. This is as of July 19th, not even a month ago. But currently, we see that the race has gotten tighter according to the aggregate of polls. And as much as we see that Kamala Harris is winning, she is also losing. She's winning in one poll by 1. Trump is winning by 5. She's winning by 4. By the way, this is from the Daily Kos, which is as far left as you get. I do not trust that poll, specifically because it's the Daily Kos. And they are as far left as AOC. I do not trust it, but that says that Harris is up by 4. Well, Trump is also showing with Harvard-Harris poll that he's up by 4. Harris is up by 1 and by 1. Well, Trump is up by 2 and by 2. So it's hard to say, but again, we go by the aggregate of the polling. In a head-to-head, Harris is still losing. And more importantly, she's losing in all the battleground states. But if we look at the 5-way race, because this isn't just a race between Donald Trump and Kamala Harris now that she has been coronated by the Democrats without a single vote from the Democratic rank and file. No one voted for her. Not one person. Why? Because she lost in 2020 with only 5% of Democrats actually supporting her. She ran out of money. No one wanted to give her the time of day. And the only way she got to be on the presidential ticket is because Joe Biden dropped out and she was coronated without a single vote. They haven't even had the Democratic National Convention, and here it goes. Oh, wait a minute. I forgot to put my face up there. There I am. Yeah, and that's the only way that she can be on the ticket. Well, the race isn't just about that, because the race also includes Kennedy, RFK. RFK currently has 5% of the entire race. We see that Jill Stein currently has less than a point, and Cornel West has almost half a point. Now, it does show that Kamala Harris has taken the lead by 0.2%. This is a unique situation. We have not seen this for over a year, have we seen a Democrat lead. But I want you to think about, what have we seen? What has led to this moment? Every single news station has come out, all the mainstream news media, newspapers have said Kamala Harris is the bestest ever. That they have told you over and over, every single day in every format, that she is responsible for absolutely nothing that is going wrong in America, and that she is the greatest thing that America has ever done. She is black, even though she's not African American, and she's a woman, and she's East Asian, and it's the first, and she's going to break through that glass ceiling. None of those things I just mentioned are actually qualifications. They're all characteristics. They're all check boxes. Not one of those things is a reason, but she has lots of advertising. We are talking hundreds of millions of dollars of advertising has been pumped in to try and convince you that you must vote for her, that this is the fortification of the 2024 election on crack, that they have to convince you she is the bestest ever. Well, let me take a look. I want to show you guys something before I do anything else. So we're just going to look up Kamala Harris for president. And I'm doing this live so you can see it. Let me make sure you can see that. Where is it? No, here it is. So I just want you to see that I put this in live. Matter of fact, I will refresh it live so that you can see. No fugazi, nothing funny business. You can see that I've done this live. And the first result is Kamala Harris for president. Fantastic. I click on that. And this is Kamala Harris's website. This is important. I really want you to think about this for a second, especially if you are not sure who you're going to vote for. If you're part of the 45% of Americans who are independent, you're not a Republican, you're not a Democrat, you're not a Libertarian, Green Party, you're just you. Fantastic. Go and look at Kamala Harris's website, KamalaHarris.com. The first thing that you see is she wants money. That's the first thing she has. That is the most important thing that she can say to the American people, and everyone around the world is watching this. And the most important issue for Kamala Harris for the last 2 weeks, give me money. She wants money. She wants money so she can get power. That is the message. It isn't implied. It isn't a kind of, sort of. It's not my thought as a Republican or a conservative. It is exactly what she says. The first thing she says when you go to her website, give her money. Okay, so let's go into the website and let's see what she actually has to say. What are you giving her money for? Why does she want power? What does this benefit the American people and the world? How are we getting anything out of that? This is her website. I'm doing this live, so you can see it on August 4th at 5:25 p.m. What do we see? Well, she again asks you for money. First thing she wants you to notice on the page, she wants money. The very next thing is, we can win this. We can win this. That's her answer. We can win. Okay. That's not a reason to vote. That's not a reason to elect Kamala Harris. Because she said so? Because she's a woman? Because she's a woman of color? Again, those are check boxes. That's not a reason. That is not a justification for a vote. And then she wants you to go and volunteer. That's what that box is for. So when she says, let's meet Kamala Harris. Well, this is her bio, a very, very edited bio. It doesn't mention that she got into politics because of Willie Brown. Her extramarital affair with Willie Brown, a man twice her age. That's how she got into politics. She doesn't mention that. She doesn't mention her emphasis on being East Indian and not African American. She doesn't mention that. That is a fact. That is her writing. If you do the Google search for 2016 and before, that's what her focus in her campaigns was. It doesn't mention that she literally kept prisoners in jail after their sentences, even though she was supposed to release them. She doesn't mention that. That's her history as well. It's the reason why BLM, an organization she was helping to raise funds for to get people released from prison for committing acts of arson and violence, yeah, even they reject her for president. Came out last week. BLM does not support Kamala Harris. That should tell you something. But she doesn't mention that in this bio that is highly edited. And I know some people are very, very upset currently in the news that just came out in the last day about the fact that Douglas Imhoff, her white husband, people are upset about the fact that she's married to a white man. I don't care. I don't care. But she's his second wife. And part of the reason why he got divorced is the fact that he was cheating on his first wife with the babysitter. So not a perfect family by any means, but I don't want to focus on that. That is something that is happening. So let's go back. What else does she have to say? So this is her edited bio. This is her, I'm the bestest ever. I'm the first ever. You should vote for me. It's check boxes. This is her answer. You should give her money because checkbox. Okay. Take action. Volunteer for Kamala Harris because she's the bestest ever. She is the real life version of Ray Palpatine. That's right, Ray Palpatine from the Star Wars. She is the real life version. She's the acolyte. She's like Osha from the Acolyte. I know you didn't see the Acolyte. No one did because it's a horrible show. But this is the real life example of that. And she wants you to volunteer. But wait a minute. That's not a reason. And mind you, you can't get out of this page. Notice there's no exit from this page. There's no way back. You have to say yes. They built this page so that you're trapped, theoretically, that you can't escape this page. You either have to close the window or you have to use the back button. But if you're trying to just X out, the idea is, the psychological idea is that you're going to fill this out so that you can advance and move forward and get out of the page rather than just using the back button or closing the window. That's what they want you to do. That's why they have it on a separate page and you're stuck here. And they don't give you any other option. They're trying to force you. They're trying to coerce you. This is a manipulation. It's not unusual for elections, but I want you to understand the psychology of what they are doing to you. So let's go with the back button, and now we go to the store. And the store says, show your support. I don't support her. Why should we support her? Have you seen anything that has said why you should support her, other than a picture that shows her in the middle of her cackling laugh, and she's the bestest ever because she's a woman of color? Other than the check boxes, why should you care? Oh, because she has a mug. Because she has a bunch of posters. I can make all of this stuff in 5 minutes. Because she has a picture of when she was a kid. Where is the reason? What's the reason? Oh, because she has a trans pride. You remember when she went to Tennessee after a trans shooter killed children, she went to Tennessee to protect Democrats and their power. She didn't talk to the parents. She didn't talk to the people of Tennessee about the horrible mass shooting. No, she went to protect Democrats for breaking the law. The 2 Democrats in the Tennessee legislature broke the law. That's not an if, that's not a maybe, that's not an interpretation. They literally broke the law. And rather than be punished according to the law, Kamala Harris went down and said, no, they're Democrats, they shouldn't be punished, even though they broke the law. And this is the t-shirt to commemorate that moment. This is the t-shirt that says, thank you for protecting Democrats and having nothing to say to the American people or the parents who were grieving for their children. She has 2 flags to celebrate that. Aren't you happy? Isn't that a great reason to go and buy a t-shirt for $32 that isn't worth $32? But this is what her answer is. And that's it. But here's the thing. In all of this, you go to the menu. The menu is in front of you. You can buy clothing, but there's nothing that says, why should you vote for Kamala Harris? Let's go back to her main page. Again, she's only asking for money. Nothing. She doesn't stand for anything. She's not offering anything. She's not giving anything. She doesn't care. She wants money and power. Why would anyone vote for that? Does that make any sense? Let me go to the comments here. So Democrat Mike is back with us. Hello, Democrat Mike. And again, we do have differing voices on this channel. I have no problem with that. I have no problem with the fact that Democrat Mike is a Democrat. Perfectly fine. So Democrat Mike asked the question, why do you think Trump lost in 2020 considering you thought Trump would win? It doesn't matter. First of all, I'll answer the question. Why do I think he lost? I think there were too many election irregularities. But more importantly, Democrat Mike, we're talking about 2024. We're talking about Kamala Harris's website. We're talking about why you should vote for her. There is no reason. Kamala Harris herself cannot come up with even one reason to tell the American people and the world why she should be president. She can't come up, not one. She's had 2 weeks. And in 2 weeks, she can't figure out one thing to say besides she's a woman and a woman of color. That's it. That is the only answer she has for why you should vote for her. Characteristics, checkbox. So let me ask you, Democrat Mike, why would you vote for her? Douglas D. Douglas D is new to the channel. Hello, Douglas D. Nice to see you with us. Douglas D says, because Democrats did something illegal. Well, that is a reason. Again, election irregularities, that's the most that I can say on YouTube without the channel being shut down, which is stupid. First Amendment, free speech. I should be able to say, whether you agree with it or not is up to you, but I should be able to say my thoughts about the 2020 election. I cannot. Otherwise, this channel will be shut down and removed. My channel will be deleted because of YouTube having a particular partisan political agenda. That's a problem, especially in a nation that's supposed to be free. But again, Democrat Mike, what's the reason to vote for Kamala Harris? She doesn't have a reason for you to vote for her. That's why every news station, that is why all the left-leaning media have to say she's the best ever. That's why they have to promote her. Even though, as I showed you, when you see her in action, she has nothing to say. Even progressives go, that is word salad. It is garbage. Even progressives say that. As we've shown you, she has nothing to say. She has nothing to give you confidence, to reassure you, to say that she's strong or that she's capable or that she's in charge. She has failed at every single assignment she has been given under the Biden-Harris administration. Everything. And she can't even figure out one reason why anyone should vote for her. That's really terrifying. And you know what? It's not just me saying this. It's not just Kit Cabello and the progressive left. How about the mainstream moderate Democrats? That's Glenn Greenwald. That's who's on the screen right now. His claim to fame was attacking Donald Trump. His claim to fame is being a Democrat, a moderate Democrat, and good at his job. He is a journalist. He is respected internationally. And up until the moment that he said Biden and the Democrats were failing America, he was lauded. He was beloved. And again, the moment he stopped moving left, he became right, according to the Democrats. He stopped being a Democrat the moment he stopped continuing to move left, that he stopped using just the approved message. The moment he actually looked at the details, he became an enemy, and that's when he got kicked out of his job, out of the Atlantic organization he helped create. Then he became the bad guy. He's still a leftist. He's still a liberal. I still don't agree with most of the things he says, but yet that's not good enough for the Democrats. That's not good enough for the left. This is Glenn Greenwald talking about why should America, one, who's in charge? In this video he does, who's in charge of America? We don't know. 18 hours a day, who's in charge? We don't know. Could be Kamala. Could be someone completely different. We have no idea. Could be John Kirby. Don't know. There is no answer. Could be Lloyd Austin. Could be Merrick Garland. I don't know. Neither do you. Nobody knows who's in charge of this government 18 hours a day, 7 days a week. Nobody. And that should terrify people. And that's not a reason to vote for Kamala Harris or any Democrat for that matter. But Glenn Greenwald has a very interesting thing to say right now. And in his video, I wanted to mention this. Listen to what he has to say here.
So nobody is hearing from the vice president. Nobody's hearing from the president. And given that the president is, by all accounts, incapacitated much of the time, it really is a genuine question, not making like a rhetorical point, that we actually don't know who's running the U.S. government, who's making these decisions about that Lloyd Austin announced about what the U.S. posture would be in the outbreak of a new war. Who issued that statement in Joe Biden's name? It is truly bizarre. And the fact that even the White House press corps was willing to ask that shows the extent of it. Now, we have heard...
I was 17.
Sorry, got an ad in there. Don't want that. But I'm showing you Glenn Greenwald asked the same things that we have been asking on this channel for more than a month. We were one of the first ones to ask the question about who's running this country. almost immediately, I think on the night of the debate with Donald Trump, we asked the question, who's in charge of America? Who's running this country? And we have yet to have an answer. The Democratic Party will not talk about it. Joe Biden will not talk about it. Kamala Harris will not talk about it. They will not talk about how they were complicit in lying to the American people. And they will not address the fact that there is no reason why you should vote for Kamala Harris. Because even Kamala Harris can't think of a reason why you should. But yet, the Democratic Party, without a single vote from rank and file Democrats, have now coronated Kamala Harris. She now is the, what was it that I think Bloomberg News, or was it, I think it was Bloomberg News. No, it was the New York Times. The New York Times now anointed Kamala Harris as the officially the official nominee of the Democratic Party. No one voted for her. They haven't even had their convention. The delegates didn't even get to hear from Kamala Harris or any other Democrat about whether they should or should not vote for Kamala Harris. Not one argument has been made publicly. No one has had a choice. This is from the party that says that they're about protecting democracy, and they have gone through the least democratic process you can imagine. This is the kind of process we see in authoritarian countries. You have the choice of a dead person or the candidate that the elites want. That is what you have been given. There is no other choice. And Glenn Greenwald is just one of many voices, like myself, who are saying, what's going on? Who's in charge? Why should we trust these people? Because they have broken the trust of the United States people. They have violated our trust. They have broken our government. There are comments here. So, We Top Ball. Okay. We Top Ball has joined the channel. Hello, We Top. Thank you for joining us today and your comments. Says, what's up? Saudi Arabia. Oh, Saudi Arabia. Hello. Glad to see. I know I have an international audience. Didn't know I was in Saudi Arabia. Thank you for joining us. We Top Ball says, I'd bet Sleepy Joe can't even say the full FAF floor. FNAF. I'm not familiar with FANF. I think I know what, that's an abbreviation for something, and I think I know what it is, but I don't remember it right this second. So I apologize, We Top. I don't remember what that is. Or is it Wet Top? Am I pronouncing that wrong? Is it Wet Top or is it We Top? I apologize. I'm American. I'm not sure if that's a foreign word. Okay. But thank you. Thank you for your comment. Thank you for being part of the channel. And thank you for watching us from Saudi Arabia. But this is important for Saudi Arabia. This is important for the rest of the world. The world has to know who's in charge and where do they stand. Is Kamala Harris going to close the border, or is she going to leave it open? Is Kamala Harris going to destroy the U.S. economy, or is she going to try and improve it? Is she going to have more tariffs or less tariffs? Is she going to back Israel, or is she going to join Iran and their proxies, their surrogates, Hamas, Hezbollah, and the Houthis? Who's she going to support? Is she going to bow down to China, or is she going to live up to the treaties that the United States has with the Philippines and Japan and with South Korea? Which one is it? The world needs that answer to evaluate what they're going to do next. And when the world doesn't have an answer, when the world isn't sure, they freak out. And thus, every nation in the world is militarizing. I know in Saudi Arabia, tell me if I am wrong, Wutop, that Saudi Arabia is very concerned about whether or not Iran is allowed to surge in its power. If Iran is becoming more militaristic, that's a threat to Saudi Arabia, because Saudi Arabia and Iran hate each other. They do not agree. And there is a massive battle, as I understand, between both of those nations for control over the Middle East. So it's very important to know, where does Kamala Harris stand? We know where Donald Trump stands, and that's why Iran doesn't like him, and why they don't want him to be in power, and why they want to try and get everything done that they can ahead of a Donald Trump because they know what happened. They've lived through 4 years of Donald Trump being in office, and that made Iran weaker. That's why we had the Abraham Accords, why we had an increase in geopolitical peace. In fact, that's why Donald Trump was nominated twice for a Nobel Peace Prize, for increasing the peace. In fact, up until October 7th, 2023, we were about a week away from Saudi Arabia making a deal, a peace deal with Israel to help increase the net peace. And then Hamas, under the directive of Iran, said, oh, no, we don't want Saudi Arabia to work and create more peace in the Middle East with Israel. So they then had the massacre. And that's what kicked off this latest round. So it's important for Saudi Arabia as well as the United States to know where does Kamala Harris stand? We don't know. She has yet to make a single, absolute, definitive position. She's saying a bunch of stuff. She's saying everything that you know about her from 2019 when she ran for president, none of that's true anymore. She's not a progressive anymore. She has entirely different positions. Really? Why is it not in writing? Put it in writing. Tell us what we need to know. Give us a campaign speech. Do an interview with the mainstream news media. Spend 45 minutes, an hour, like she was supposed to do at the National Association of Black Journalists, which you were just watching during the break. Donald Trump went into the den of lions and took the questions. Was it a trap? Absolutely. Was it meant to try and paint him as a sexist and racist? Absolutely. He still went there. He still answered the questions. Whether they were all good or bad answers doesn't matter. He was there. He did his job. He let the American people know where he was. Whether you agreed or not is an entirely different thing. That's up to you. Kamala Harris didn't. She was supposed to be there. She didn't show up. She could have done it by Zoom, something that they told Trump he couldn't do. She didn't do that. They delayed it until September. They're waiting until after people start voting. Early voting starts in September for certain states. Democrats want those votes before they have the debate, before Kamala Harris actually does the interview with the National Association of Black Journalists. Before she starts doing interviews, they want the votes. That should make you wonder. Douglas D says Obama is actually the one who is running things. Now, I know a lot of people have said that. There is, and I have to say, Douglas, that on this channel, we always look for the factual basis first, and then we extrapolate from there. We make conclusions based on the confirmed facts that we can. I cannot confirm that. I understand a lot of people have said that. I'm not saying that I disagree. Obama has a lot of influence. We know that he has been one of the top guests at the White House under the Biden administration, that he has consistently been there week after week, possibly one of the people who have been in control of the United States government and its decisions for the 18 hours a day that Joe Biden can't do anything. It's quite possible. Considering we know he's a part-time president, considering we know he is a zombie president, it is very likely that Obama might be taking some of the big issues and he's running with it. It's quite possible, but I have no confirmation of that. I can't say that that's a fact because there is no international confirmation. There is no news media confirmation, in part because the news media are part of the problem. They didn't want to tell the American people the truth they knew. Again, I come back to the same problem. Because even if it's Obama running the country, at least then we know who it is. At least it's somebody who's competent. And when I say competent, I mean that they are mentally there, that they can actually answer. They're not a zombie. So that would at least be some kind of comfort. Do I think Obama's a good president? Absolutely not. I think he's screwed up. I think he's a horrible president. But at least he's there. At least he's mentally capable of having a conversation. Joe Biden isn't. So, I mean, there would be at least some comfort that somebody was in charge, but at the moment, we don't know anybody is in charge. Or more importantly, it could be everybody on any given day. They're just, I don't know, picking a name out of a hat and saying, you're in charge today for 18 hours. Go and let's see what you do this time. You go have the conversation with the Russians and with the Ayatollah. You go and talk to China today. Because it's a free-for-all. We don't know. Maybe they break open a piñata, and that's the person who gets to be in charge of the government. We don't know. And that's a problem. So it's perfectly valid, Douglas, to say, well, maybe it's Obama who's in charge. I don't know. I can't be sure. But I can tell you it's not. If it's Kamala Harris, she's doing a piss poor job. And she's not even willing to step up and say, again, where's the reason? Where is the reason? Why should we vote for Kamala Harris? You've had an entire week telling you that you must vote for Kamala Harris because she is a woman and she's a woman of color and kind of sort of she's black, but she's not African American, but don't worry about that. You have to vote for her or you're a sexist and you're a racist. And yet, those are characteristics. Not one bit of that is an actual reason. It's not a reason. Tell me why. And they can't. And that is endangering the world because countries like Iran take that opportunity and say that they're going to go crazy. Now, as I showed you, a lot of the third-party candidates are trying to do something with this too. Jill Stein has decided she's going to jump in the bandwagon. Now, given this is coming from Al Jazeera, which is an unreliable website. I do understand that, which is why I almost never quote Al Jazeera. They are politically partisan. They have an ideology. I do not agree with it, but they have come up with an argument, or at least they have come up with the article saying that the Green Party is looking to go after the Michigan, Dearborn, Michigan Democrats who are in favor of Hamas, who are supporting Hamas, who are part of Ilhan Omar's movement to try and convince America to take the side of Hamas, which is the side of Iran. That should trouble people like Watap. You should be worried about this because this is showing a shift within the left in the United States towards Iran and not towards stability, towards peace, not towards Saudi Arabia. This is important. So I really hope that you guys are paying attention to this. Now, mind you, Jill Stein is not going to win. She has no chance in hell of winning. Every other candidate would have to die and drop out and no one else replace them. And even then, if she was the only name on the ballot in America, I still don't think that Jill would be able to win. And I've seen Jill in person. I've covered her in person at the Free and Equal debate in February of 2024. She's not a good presentation. But she's the only thing the Green Party has. It was her or the Nergalite, Jasmine Sherman. It was either Jasmine Sherman, a Nergalite, or it was Jill Stein. They went with Jill Stein. So those were their choices. So I feel bad for Jill. I really do. But picking, just going for someone who's a checkbox, even she is looking at checkbox politics. This is the time for checkboxes, not for political ideology, not for a benefit to the United States. Simply, they fill the checkbox. That's the only answer. Matter of fact, let me take a look at something. I want to show you guys something. As much as you have been told that Kamala Harris is the bestest ever, that she's the greatest thing that since sliced bread, 538.com. This is a left-leaning website with leftist ideology, and they have been following, and one of the few people who have been following the approval rating for Kamala Harris since she was in. And as you can see, going all the way back to, 2021, since September of 2021, when Joe Biden and Kamala Harris ran away from the Taliban, leaving them weapons, abandoning the women. Since that time, she's had more disapproval than approval. And at certain points, even lower approval ratings than Dan Quayle after he couldn't spell potato. And she currently is at 50% disapproval, only 40% approval. And this is a high point. This is after 2 weeks of all the media telling you that she is great and that you have to vote for her or you're a sexist racist. After 2 weeks of that being pumped into your head by every media source possible, she's still 50% disapprove of her. Only 40% actually think she's any kind of good. That says a lot. And the news media doesn't want to have this conversation with you. They don't want to be honest with you. They don't want to share the problems with you. They're going to tell you, but you have to vote Democrat. Orange man bad. You have to vote Democrat because making America great is evil. This is what they are pushing on you. And they're not giving you any reason for it. They're just saying you have to obey. In America, they're telling you you have to obey. Really? I'm an American. I have the freedom of speech. I have the right to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. I cannot be obligated to do anything by my government. That is the cornerstone of the government, that I have the power. As an individual, I have agency, God-given by birth. I am more powerful than the government, just like every other American. 350 million individuals who are more powerful than the government, each and every one of them. And yet, we're being told we have to accept Kamala Harris, hands down, no choice. Even though there's absolutely no reason to do so. Even though Kamala Harris can't even give you a reason. Even Kamala Harris has no reason. What's the point? Why are we doing this? I mean, even the Daily Beast. I want to show you this. This is the Daily Beast. This is from the Daily Beast. Now, to be fair, this is their comedy. This is their comedy writer, John Max, who's making a joke. This was earlier today, August 4th, just before the show started. And he came out and he said, hey, this is a joke. Ha, this is funny. What's funny? What are the qualifications of Kamala Harris? What are the qualifications to work for Kamala Harris? The vice presidential pick. Whoever Kamala Harris is going to pick for VP. This is the joke. That's a joke. According to the Daily Beast, a extremely far left organization, their answers are, okay, do you support the Federal Reserve reducing interest rates by a quarter point if unemployment rate hits 5%? Well, the unemployment rate is increasing. In fact, if we look at this, let's actually look at the most recent. Oh, look, unemployment is at 4.3%. The unemployment rate increased. The unemployment rate rose to 4.3% in July. That's an increase. It was unexpected. It gapped up. Wait a minute. That doesn't seem right, Mike. But yes, look at this. 4.3%. It was 4.1. It had been 4.0. A year ago, we were at 3.5. That's a bad economy. That's why we've been saying since August of 2022, America has been in a recession just like the rest of the world. And most countries around the world have admitted already they're in recessions. It's only the United States that's trying to say, we changed the definition of the word recession so that Joe Biden would look good, so that Democrats could win the 2022 midterm elections, so that Kamala Harris would have a chance to replace Joe Biden. We changed the meaning of the word recession, and we have hidden. And Bidenomics has been pushed every single day for over a year, telling you how great the economy is. Everyone is doing fantastic, even as unemployment is increasing. And increasing at a faster pace. That's we went up 0.2. That's a big jump. It's like 5%. That was a huge, massive increase. But, that's a joke. According to the left, that's a joke. Ha ha. Isn't it funny that interest rates may be going up? So they asked. Because Bidenomics isn't working. Their second question, have you ever had sex on a couch? Oh, how funny. What has that got to do with anything? The reason why they did that is because the left has been pushing a message. This is from the New Republic. And they're saying, oh, well, J.D. Vance, he had sex on a couch. Is that real? No, it's a lie. It's not true. Didn't happen. They admit it. The person who actually made this up, completely made it up. The Democrats lying to you again. Notice there's a pattern. They lied about who's in charge. They lied about the state of the economy. Even when you go and pay your bills, when you go and buy groceries, you know it's 40% more expensive. You know the economy is doing horrible. They lied to you and said, nope, it's doing fantastic. You just don't understand. The government is perfectly fine. You just don't understand. Joe Biden is a mental giant, sharp as a tack. You just don't understand. Oh, and, J.D. Vance, he has sex on a couch. You just don't understand. Except it's a lie. It's a joke. It's not real. Oh, but you don't hear the Daily Beast saying, but that's a joke. It's not true. No. They said, the editor's note, where they could say, this isn't real. That J.D. Vance, it's a made-up story. That they know this isn't real. That someone put out a meme, a lie, a joke about J.D. Vance that the left is taking seriously. That they are pushing. This is propaganda against this. This is them trying to convince people that J.D. Vance is a bad, strange person. Not because he has purple hair, not because his face is filled with metal, not because he has his entire face tattooed, not because he thinks he's a toaster because he's transracial. No, it's because they want you to think he has sex with a couch, even though it's a lie. They made it up. It's not true. It's not even close to true. It is complete and absolute fabrication. And they know it. If I could find that news, they did. They have 10,000 employees. I'm one person. If I found the truth, they've known the truth. Hell, they may have been the ones who put out the lie in the first place. True or false? The axis of evil is Iran, North Korea, and childless cat ladies. Well, yes, Iran and North Korea are evil, and they are a problem. And they have been pushed together along with Russia and China. Oh, they won't mention China. Can't mention China. They need China. They want to be more communist like China. They want to be more communist like the former Soviet Union. So they won't mention those countries. No, they say cat ladies. Again, going back to the joke about J.D. Vance, trying to put a message in your mind to turn you against J.D. Vance because he's so, what is the common word? What is the word you've heard all weekend long? Oh, Republicans are weird. Republicans who are traditionalists, who believe in marriage, who believe in men and women, biological male and female, who don't have purple hair, who don't, and yes, there are some who do, but as a generality, don't believe in having purple hair, don't believe in having every single piercing on every single orifice of their body. The traditionalists, so they're trying to, again, pick on it. Oh, are you weird? Again, weird. Who's weird? You mean like the left that celebrates being weird? That makes it literally, they're trying to legislate that you can be weird and therefore it must be accepted. If I, right this second, decided to say that I'm a toaster, I'm transracial, I am an Asian toaster, you have to affirm that. Remember affirmative care? You have to affirm people's choices. If I said my pronouns are emperor and emperor, you'd have to go with that. according to the left, that's weird. That if I say I'm emperor and king and those are my pronouns, you have to use my pronouns emperor and king. You can't question it. You can't laugh at it. You can't think it's stupid. You have to accept it. That's weird. But according to the far left, no, being a traditional person, that's what's weird. To not buy into these pronouns, the DEI, that's what they consider to be weird. To not be leftist is to be weird, according to the Daily Beast. It's really interesting when you look at this, when you stop and see what is happening in our country and how they are running it into the ground. And again, I ask you, is any of this a reason to vote Democrat? Is any of this a reason to vote for Kamala Harris? Don't give me categories. Don't give me check boxes. Is any of this a reason? Because so far, they haven't found one. Not one reason. I truly have to ask every black person out there. I have to ask every woman out there. I have to ask every Democrat out there. Why are you voting for Kamala Harris? If you're supporting Kamala Harris, why? The polls are saying that that she has now taken the lead from Donald Trump. Absolutely. That is the aggregate. And I go by the aggregate poll. She has a 0.2% lead. The first time Democrats have had a lead in over a year in the polling for the 2024 election. And I have to ask you, why? What have they done? What has Kamala Harris succeeded at? There isn't anything. Which is why they're rewriting her history. She's never been the border czar, except that she's been called the border czar by Axios 3 times, at least half a dozen times by CNBC, MSNBC, CNN, ABC. Every global credible news agency has spent at least all of 2021 and 2022 calling Kamala Harris the border czar, because she was the border czar. Because in March 24th of 2021, Joe Biden gave her the assignment of fixing immigration and being the border czar. That's a fact. But they're trying to rewrite history again. Kamala Harris isn't against police. She doesn't want to defund the police. Except that's her position in 2019, 2020. That was her position. That's what she did. She even helped to raise money to defund the police in 2020. But now, that's no longer the case. She changed her position because she has no position, because she has no reason. Look, folks, you can tell me, Mike, I don't want to vote for Donald Trump. Okay. Jill Stein, Cornel West, Chase Oliver, write in Mickey Mouse, Donald Duck, your brother, your sister, yourself. You have lots of choices. This is America. You are not restricted in who you vote for. You can vote for anyone and no one. The worst thing you can do is vote for no one. That honestly is the worst thing you could do. But the best thing you could do, vote for who you believe would be the best choice. I don't care if they're approved by the Democrats or the Republicans or the Libertarians. I don't care if they're with a party. You have the right to write in whomever you think is the best choice. It is a freedom of choice. That is America. And if that means Mickey Mouse, then you vote for Mickey Mouse. If it means that you go for Deadpool, go for Deadpool. If you think it's your aunt, go with your aunt. But what I can't understand, and what I am absolutely asking from the left, for people who are supporting this, the people who are giving her the edge in the polling at this moment, why? Why are you voting for Kamala Harris? And no one in the news media is asking this question. No one is investigating this, just like they don't want to say who's in charge of America 18 hours a day. They also don't want you to ask, why would you vote for Kamala Harris? Democrat Mike has a comment here. So Democrat Mike says, a CBS poll, 74% of black registered voters say they will definitely vote in the 2024 election. Okay. Not even 3 weeks ago, when President Biden was still the nominee, the number was 16 points lower. I don't believe it was 16 points lower, but okay, even if it was, so what? That's not a reason. I understand, Democrat Mike, you're saying, look, there's black people are going to vote for Kamala Harris. Why? What is the reason that they're voting? Because she's dark-skinned? That's a characteristic. It's a checkbox. That's not a reason. Because she's a woman? That's a characteristic. That's a checkbox. That's not a reason. I've said it so many times over and over again, and you seem to be missing this, Democrat Mike. And I understand. You're trying to support your party. You're supporting Democrats. You believe in vote blue no matter who. I get that. It's just not reasonable. It isn't logical. All I'm asking for is why? Because Kamala Harris won't tell you. Kamala Harris wants to delay you learning the truth as long as possible, to make as much money as possible, to try and convince as many low information voters as possible, to use sex and racism as a means to gain power. And she's going to use that power how? What does a Kamala Harris do? Based on her record as a vice president, she fails at everything. She has no respect around the world. No one respects her. She has no ability. She has shown being vice president is above her capability level. Now, I know someone will say, but Mike, you can't say Kamala Harris isn't smart. I didn't say that. She may well be smart. I haven't seen it, but maybe she is. I listened to her speeches. They're not intelligent, but maybe she is an intelligent person. But she's out of her depth in the job of vice president. She has failed everywhere. She doesn't even understand etiquette. When she was shaking the hand of President Moon of South Korea, she immediately, on international TV live, wiped her hand, a sign of disgust, pissing off all of the people of South Korea and Southeast Asia in general, increasing tensions between blacks and Asians around the globe. That's what she did. That's not an intelligent thing to do. Even if she hated President Moon for whatever reason, I don't even know. Maybe he made a pass at her, told her she was ugly, told her she was stupid. I don't know. He did something off camera and she's pissed and hates him. You still publicly don't do what she did. And she's not smart enough to know that. She can't handle being vice president. She showed up at one meeting in 2021 when Donald Trump said he was going to the border. She went near the border. She went to one meeting with El Salvador about trying to stop people from crossing the border. And her answer, her solution to trying to stop people from entering America illegally was, I will give money, taxpayer money, U.S. taxpayer money to the governments of El Salvador and Mexico so that people won't come. The government got fat. The government, the elected officials in those foreign governments, they got to have money. And the people kept coming because no one gave them the money. And they came to America in even bigger numbers. They didn't slow down. They increased the number of people who started coming to America. So she failed. It was a laughable idea to start with, and it was a complete failure. Why is she there? Why is people looking at her? So going back to Democrat Mike, she is pro-choice. Are you sure? Because that's not on her website. That's not on her website. How do you know she's pro-choice? Because she was pro-choice in 2019? Well, she's saying in speeches that she's flipping her position from 2019. Because in 2019, she wanted to defund the police, and she says she doesn't want to do that anymore. In 2019, she wasn't in favor of supporting Israel. She is now. So you're telling me she's pro-choice. How do you know? And she's pro-tax cuts for the middle class. she is? How do you know? She's been vice president for 3.5 years. Where is her effort to get middle-class tax cuts? What has she done? What speech did she give to get middle-class tax cuts? She could have been doing that. She should have been, if that's what she believed in, if that's a focus, why hasn't she done anything about that for the last 3.5 years? At the same time, Democrat Mike goes on to say, at the same time, by making billionaires pay more in taxes, they already pay 70% of all taxes in the United States. Top 5% pays 75%. The top 1% in America pay 50% of all taxes that are raised in America. Half the tax revenue in this nation comes from less than 1% of the population. That includes billionaires. How much money do you want to take from them? Because it's not, the problem isn't how much money. We, in the United States, we bring in $4 trillion a year, it's about $4.6 trillion a year in tax revenue. That's the money we have to spend. Joe Biden spends $6.8 trillion a year. The problem isn't taxes. The problem is spending. It has always been. That's why Democrats are known as tax and spend Democrats. They increase taxes and they spend more than they increase taxes. They spend too much money and they spend it on useless crap. Crap that has not helped the economy, and that's why we have 4.3% unemployment. They're bad at the economy, and we can see it real time. Democrat Mike goes on to say, I'm in the middle of class and I've gotten tax cuts since Biden took over. Well, good for you. Maybe you're an illegal alien. Everyone else isn't. Everyone else is paying 40% more when they go to the grocery store. Everyone else, people are at 4.3% unemployment. More people are losing their jobs. So you're in the middle class. I'm glad for you. I don't care what your income is. I've never asked. Never asked. Because I don't care. But you're saying that you've gotten a tax cut. Most of America hasn't. Most of America isn't doing better. People are paying more for electricity. They're paying more for housing. They're paying more for food. It is a fact. It's not a guess. It's not a maybe. It's not an if. The middle class has shrunk under Joe Biden and Kamala Harris. It has not increased. And we are seeing it get worse. That is a fact. So you personally, as one individual, fantastic, you got to save a little bit of money. Everyone else is paying more. How is that a reason to vote for Kamala Harris? Because it isn't about you as an individual. It's about a nation. And if the nation is doing worse, you are going to do worse. You have been doing better. Fantastic. What happens when you stop? Because everyone else isn't. So the answer to my questions from one of the most absolutely loyal Democrats that shows up on this channel, and I give Democrat Mike credit for being brave enough to do what elected officials rarely ever do, what most Democrats and all the progressives are afraid to do. He actually shows up and tries to sell the Democratic ideology. I give him credit for that because he knows I don't agree. And he tries his best to push it. And his answer is, thanks, Joe Biden, doing a great job as we have unemployment increasing and people are paying 40% more for food every day. I don't understand it, folks. And Kamala Harris herself cannot give you one written reason why you should vote for her. I don't get it. I don't understand. I don't understand, folks. But I'm trying to make this as clear as I can. By the way, we do know that supposedly today, Kamala Harris is supposed to come out at the latest by Tuesday. But today, Kamala Harris is supposed to be picking her vice presidential pick. Now, it's not as important as when Joe Biden was going to make his pick or when Donald Trump made his pick. Because Donald Trump and Joe Biden are old, and they could possibly die tomorrow. That's true. And I'm not talking about an assassination. I'm just talking about they're in their 80s. They're old. They could die. So given that, their vice presidential pick is important. That would be the person who would continue running the country. So it's kind of important. And John Fetterman, realizing, okay, it's not quite as important with Kamala Harris because she's young enough that she shouldn't drop dead tomorrow unless she has another jab. You know, she gets another one of those experimental drug jabs. And that has a lot of side effects that seem to be more impactful against people of color than other groups. So hopefully she stopped getting the jab. Don't know. Maybe she is, maybe she's not. But it's still important to know who her vice president is because this will help her in the election. And the belief is, the mainstream belief is that Joe Shapiro is going to be the person who Democrats are going to pick. Again, without a word to the delegates, without a word to the rank and file voters. And John Fetterman, who is not my favorite Democrat at all, has come out and said, nope, don't pick Joe Shapiro, because he is purely there for ambition. He's basically Hillary Clinton in a man's body, which you could say Hillary Clinton is in a man's body too. But Josh Shapiro, the governor of Pennsylvania, is purely in it for ambition, for power, for money. He's not there to help Democrats. And this is the person, according to John Fetterman and John Fetterman's team, they have come out, and this is from Politico, again, left-leaning news source that I'm getting this from. It's in John Fetterman's opinion as a senator who has known Josh Shapiro for many years, that Josh Shapiro is purely there to take advantage of the power. He's not there to push an agenda, the nice thing. He's not there to push a political agenda. He's there to just have power. He's just there to make the best for Josh Shapiro. He's not there for America. He's not there to help the Democrats. He's there to help Josh Shapiro. That's not a good thing. And that's the best choice that Democrats are able to put together. That's their best choice. According to their own Democrats. I tell you, this is terrifying. Even now, we hear the argument from the left. Trump has agreed to a debate. Now, initially, Trump said, Kamala Harris, you're not the Democrat nominee. And she wasn't. And for the first 2 weeks, nobody knew who was going to be the Democrat nominee. There was a whole big scuffle about that. And they finally said, well, the only one who can get all the money that was donated to Joe Biden is Kamala Harris. So Kamala Harris has to be the nominee. And therefore she is. And that's why no one's voted on her. Because it's not about who they choose. It's about the money. And Kamala Harris is the money. That's what I think. That's the reason. If there was supposed to be a reason, that would have been the reason if they were being honest with the public. Kamala Harris has access to all the money that was donated to Joe Biden. Therefore, she has to be she has to be the presidential pick. She has to be the nominee. Otherwise, they lose hundreds of millions of dollars that were donated to Joe Biden, not to Kamala Harris. They were donated to Joe Biden because Kamala Harris hasn't been on a single ballot. No one has voted for her. So Donald Trump said, I made an agreement to have a debate with what the Democrats said was the best choice possible, Joe Biden. He's out. Until you have the nomination, why should I agree to anything? You may not be the person. Remember, it was just about 3 weeks ago when the Trump team said, hey, we can't make an appointment. We can't schedule a debate for the vice president because we don't know who the Democratic vice president is. And at the time that they did that, Joe Biden was still in and Kamala Harris was the VP. And then it all changed. So it's perfectly fair for the Trump administration to say, okay, we'll make will go and do a debate with the nominee whenever there is a nominee. Well, now there is a nominee. And Trump said he's going to go and debate on Fox. That's fantastic. He's willing to debate. So he's not running away from Kamala Harris. He's not afraid of Kamala Harris. He said, I'll debate Kamala Harris on Fox News. Kamala Harris wants to have the debate. Come on. Kamala Harris wants to debate with Rachel Scott. Someone who is absolutely biased, who can't separate her job from her emotions. Somebody who has Trump derangement syndrome, TDS. Somebody who is looking for gotchas rather than trying to inform the public. Rachel Scott could have asked half a dozen questions and gotten answers for voters that maybe black voters would have said, well, you know what? I don't like the way Trump answered that. I won't vote for him. She could have done that. She could have done her job. Instead, she played partisan politics and put her emotions on the line and on display for the world. That's ABC News. That's who ABC News is standing by. That's the kind of reporting that ABC News is standing on. Emotions. Political partisanship. Joe Biden said, I'm not going to do a debate on ABC News. I can't blame him. Not when he literally just went through this experience with Rachel Scott of ABC News. Not when ABC News said, put up Rachel Scott, she's our choice. She's the one to represent the quality of reporting that they do. They didn't tell the public about Joe Biden being a mental zombie. They didn't tell the public who's in charge of America. They did make an emotional attack against Donald Trump simply because they don't like him, because of politics. Why would he do a debate on ABC News? There is no guarantee. There isn't even a hint of there being any kind of fairness. So he went to Fox. Now, there could be a negotiation and say, well, let's go to C-SPAN. Let's go to the League of Women Voters. Go anywhere else. That's what Kamala could say. Instead, they're saying, well, he's afraid. That's why he won't go on ABC News. No, he's trying to make sure it's fair. He's trying to make sure that the American people get questions that are actually relevant to the issues facing America, like who's in charge of our country? What is your plan to deal with Iran? How are you going to deal with China? Are you going to live up to the treaties for America with all the Southeast Asian nations that we are not living up to now? Are you going to get back the American hostages from Hamas? And how are you going to do that? Are you going to continue to support the Ukraine for the next 10 years or more? What are you going to do about the illegal aliens entering the United States? Are you going to close the border? These are all questions ABC News does not want to ask and do not ask as we speak. They don't ask that of Joe Biden. Why should we trust them? Why should there be a debate on ABC News? Am I wrong? Am I wrong, folks? Isn't that a reasonable thing to understand? But yet, again, Democrats want you to have an emotion, and they're telling you, no, it's because he's scared. Scared of what? Kamala Harris doesn't have a position. He's scared of her because she's black? I don't think so. Because she's a woman? I don't think so. I don't think those are reasons to be scared of Kamala Harris. Not even close. So what's he scared of? She has no position. Even her own website will tell you she stands for nothing. So what's there to be afraid of? Am I wrong? I know that Democrat Mike, you don't like this. I know you don't like it. But I don't care about the feelings. I've said it before, and it's not personal. It's not me attacking Democrat Mike. I don't care about feelings. I have my own. You, my audience, you have your own feeling. Fantastic. Feel whatever you want to feel. Politics has nothing to do with feelings. I don't care. I don't care about your feelings. I don't care about any feelings in terms of politics because they're not a reason. That's like saying, well, they're black. I don't care. That's not a reason. But she's a woman. I don't care. That's not a reason. That doesn't tell me that she's smarter or has a better plan or is better in balancing the budget, that she's respected anywhere in the world. It means nothing. Stop saying that. When people say that to you, they are lying to your face. They have nothing else to say. They are trying to waste time and distract you. Anyone who tells you that you should vote for Kamala because she's black, they're wasting your time. They have nothing good to say. They're offering you nothing. Empty calories. Might as well be feeding you a candy bar. It is useless. And when I say that the economy is botched, that Joe Biden and Kamala Harris have completely failed the American people on that, not only did I show you the exact numbers coming from the Bureau of Labor Statistics of 4.3%, something that the mainstream media has been hiding. They have been shielding this. They have been trying to say anything but the economy is failing. ABC News did finally say, disappointing jobs report. This is from August 2nd. This was on Friday. Disappointing jobs report fuels recession worries and calls for interest rate cut. Notice they didn't say, and the headline, unemployment increased to 4.3%. They didn't put that. They said, well, it's disappointing jobs. No, it's unemployment. The average person doesn't care about the weekly job numbers. They care about the unemployment rate. The average person in America doesn't know that there's a weekly jobs report, and they don't care. Wall Street, they would care. The American people don't care. They know what the unemployment rate is. ABC knows this. They know this, and they know that if you ask the average person, they couldn't tell you what the job report is. They couldn't tell you whether it's up or down or what the number is supposed to be. They have no clue whatsoever. You ask them what the unemployment rate is, and people will be able to answer that. At least half the country can tell you what the current unemployment rate is or is at least close. At least half the nation will be able to tell you whether the unemployment rate is increasing or decreasing, even if they don't know the exact number. But no American knows, the average American who isn't in business, who isn't in the stock market, none of them know what the job report is or what it says. They have no clue. That's a fact. That's the truth. And ABC knows that, so they're taking advantage. Then they go in the subtitle and they say, the U.S. added 114,000 jobs. Is that good or is that bad? Now, they said the job report is bad, but 114,000 jobs, is that good or is that bad? This is their sub-headline. Notice, they're not telling you anything. They're hiding information from the public. They're leaving out all the context so that you don't know what's going on. The average person who's watching this, who isn't actively in the stock market, who doesn't work in a business that deals with this directly, you have no idea what 114,000 jobs means. It sounds like a big number. It sounds like it's a good number. It is absolutely a horrible number, in fact. It is actually terrible to see that number, in fact. But ABC News isn't telling you that. And they know people are reading just the headline. And all that, this makes no sense to them. They don't know what this means. In July, and the unemployment rate, and the last thing, this is not showing up on Twitter. When people are looking through the headlines of the news, they're going to see the headline, maybe. It's over 70 characters long, so they may not even see the whole thing. And they're not seeing the byline, the subtitle. They're not seeing that, and they're not seeing it because it's too long. So they don't know that the unemployment rate went up 4.3%. If you went around America right now, stopping people on the side of the street, they won't know. Maybe they'll know the unemployment rate was 4.1%. Maybe they know that it's been going up because the economy is bad. But they don't know 4.3% that just came out on Friday. They don't know that, and ABC doesn't want you to realize it. Because if you did, you might not vote Democrat, because the Democrats have failed you. The Democrats have failed the economy, and that means they're failing the world. And that's why the world is in a recession. And the United States has been in a recession since August of 2022, as we promised you, as we put in writing in August of 2022, and we told you it was coming in February of 2021. It's just the truth. See, I don't have time. I know we're spending a lot of time, and we've been on for over 4 hours now. We spend a lot of time going into the details of all these issues. We do that because we know you don't have a lot of time. So we're trying to cover a wide swath of the issues, but we're also trying to ask the questions that are important, that we're trying to get answers that are important, that are going to make a difference in your life. And thank God, I'm so happy that Weetop is watching this from Saudi Arabia so that he can go and talk to his other friends in the United States and around the world and say, Kamala Harris makes no sense. If you were thinking about voting for Kamala Harris, I don't understand why. Here are the questions that I'm hearing from Americans asking about why they should or should not vote for Kamala Harris. And internationally, that should be the question people are asking. And I guarantee you, the world leaders are asking these questions. The world leaders are having these discussions. Guaranteed. It's amazing to me, folks. It really is. By the way, what I'm looking for right now is I'm trying to see what is the latest news about Kamala Harris picking a VP choice. Now, I know I'm on record as of about 2 weeks ago, and I said that if they pick Kamala Harris for VP, which they had to do because of money, it's not because she's well loved, it's not because she's good at her job, it's because of the money. So they're going to put her up there. And they're going to use the excuse. I said this 2 weeks ago. And I said, as soon as they put her up there, they're going to say, sexism, racism. You have to love her because she's black, even though she's not African American, and because she's a woman. And I'm right, 100%. I also, at the same time, told you guys that I think last week I said this, that we would see her VP pick would be J.B. Pritzker, the governor of Illinois, because he's a billionaire and they need the money. That's what I thought. They were going to go, yes, he's a Democrat. Yes, he's governor of the most corrupt state in the nation. New York is very close behind. California is not too far off. But Illinois is the most corrupt state in the nation. Absolutely. And J.B. Pritzker is in charge of Illinois. And he's a billionaire. And he can donate $100 million and not lose his livelihood. And they need the money desperately. So that's why I thought they would pick J.B. Pritzker. He's a Democrat. He's in a state that, they have a lockdown on, and he has the money. And also, to be fair, he's not a complete idiot. He's not a terrible governor. He's not a good governor, but he's not a terrible governor. Fair enough. So that's why I said it would be J.B. Pritzker. As it turns out, we have been seeing that there is a huge amount of emphasis towards Mark Kelly, to Walz, and to Josh Shapiro, with most people saying it's going to be Josh Shapiro. That's the language. And I know there's Andy Bashar is another governor. All of them are governors. Why are they all governors? Because the Democrats need to find someone that makes Democrats feel safe. Like there's somebody who has leadership, an example of leadership, that they have led something and not completely failed. That means they need a governor. That's why most of the time, most presidents tend to be governors or senators, because they have some kind of leadership experience behind them. Therefore, people trust them more. And for Kamala Harris, well, she was a failed senator. She's a failed VP. They absolutely have to have someone credible standing behind her. Somebody credible that they can point to and say, but see, if she continues to screw up, that person can answer the question. That person can make the deal. That person actually knows how to do their job, which is why they're all governors. And in particular, they're governors mostly in states that Democrats think they will lose. They absolutely have to win Pennsylvania. They need Ohio. They need Michigan. These are states that they have to win. So that's why you're hearing so many of these states where you're hearing about them getting the Democratic governors of states they need to win. And in particular, Josh Shapiro is one of the reasons why he's the most spoken about at this point and why he is leading is because, quite honestly, they need Pennsylvania. They need it. Matter of fact, let's double check and see what the betting odds are right now. Again, if you have not seen the show before, after the show is over, about an hour afterwards, I have to walk my 13-year-old dog because he comes first. And then when I get back, I put in the links of everything that we've talked about on the show in the description, both on Rumble and on YouTube, so that you can go back at your leisure and you'll be able to see all of the links for yourself, all of the articles and all of the evidence that I have provided, almost entirely from the left-leaning sources, so that you can make up your own mind. But here it is, Democratic Veep. Who's going to be the Veep? Let's see what the betting odds say. 61% say it's going to be Josh Shapiro. 28% say it's going to be Tim Walz. Mark Kelly is down to 9%. He's been dropping hard. Pete Buttigieg is not even in there, really. He's not an option. He never was. And even if he was, I wish they would pick Pete Buttigieg. Now, they would pick Pete Buttigieg, even though he used to be a mayor, which is some kind of executive experience, fine. It's not because he's in charge, the Secretary of Transportation. It's because he's gay. And so they would have a full ticket of someone who is a woman of color, they would have a woman, and they would have someone who's gay, which is pretty much the entire basket. All they would need is someone who's trans, and they'd have a full, full house. But Pete Buttigieg isn't it. And I wish they would, because everyone would be talking about East Palestine, Ohio, and saying, hey, look at what he did there. Do you want him to do that anywhere else? But looking at Predictit, we can see Shapiro has been as high as 73% likelihood, currently at 62%. There has been an increase for Tim Walz, but Shapiro is the leading bet. And the expectation is the announcement's coming immediately. It should be here sometime today. It's now 6:41 in the evening, so it won't be today, Sunday, possibly Monday, definitely by Tuesday. We will have the answer, and it seems it's going to be Josh Shapiro, so I was wrong. I was wrong about Trump's pick. I thought it would be Senator Tim Scott of South Carolina. I thought he made the most sense. I'm wrong. It was J.D. Vance, who I did not think is the best choice. Still don't, but that's fine. And I'm wrong about the VP pick for Democrats. They seem to think Josh Shapiro. They think that will get them Pennsylvania, so they're going with that. I don't think that's how it's going to work, but that's what they think. Now, looking at the betting pool, where people are putting their money, who do they think is going to win the election? And believe it or not, I haven't looked at this before. The betting pool now says Kamala Harris, 54%. Donald Trump, 49%. When did that change? On the 31st. July 31st, Kamala Harris overtook Donald Trump in the betting pools. Still pretty close. 50 to 53. Okay. Very, very close. But the betting pool has now gone to Kamala Harris. They think being a woman of color is more likely to get voters than actually being effective at the job. Okay. You know what, Democrat Mike? The betting pool thinks you're right. They think that just being a woman and being a woman of color is all you need to be president. It's just about your characteristics. Has nothing to do with your qualifications. It has nothing to do with your experience. It's just about, do you have the right checkbox? We have become, if the betting pool is correct, if this holds out, which I don't think it will, but if it were to hold out, then America has become a nation of checkboxes. We've become France. Oh my God, that's terrifying. If the betting pool is correct, America has become France. That's terrifying. Terrifying to me. I don't know. I asked the audience. I'll ask the audience. What do you guys think? Do you think America has become France? Is that a good thing if we become France? Please put it in the comments. Not just in the chat, but if you're watching the show after it's live, tell me, do you think it's a good thing that America is becoming France? That we're becoming more and more like Emmanuel Macron? That we're moving further to the left? That we cannot stop moving to the left? Otherwise, I don't know what happens if we stop. What happens if we stop trying to be progressive? What happens if we just stand in place? I'm not even saying try and move to the right or be center right, which is traditionally where America is. If we just stopped running to the left, what would happen? Well, I know what I think will happen. The left would riot, because that's what they always do. And that's what you're going to see this month, August, at the Democratic Convention in Chicago. I absolutely believe this. Hard Lens Media, which is Kit Cabello, who is a progressive, who lives in Chicago, is very confident there are going to be riots in Chicago. He believes that the left is going to riot because they didn't pick Kamala Harris, because they don't like Kamala Harris, because they don't support Kamala Harris, because there's no reason to support Kamala Harris. And they're going to have protests, and when the left protests, that means buildings are going to be set on fire. It means the streets are going to be destroyed. Various businesses are going to be broken into. There's going to be looting, and probably a few people will die. That is what happens when the left doesn't get their way. That is the temper tantrum of the left. They destroy cities. You look at Minneapolis. What did they do there? They burned the city. They destroyed the city. They killed people. That's what you get in the left. What did you get in Portland? What did you get in San Francisco, Atlanta, Austin, Brooklyn? They destroyed the buildings. They destroyed the facilities. They tried to set fires everywhere. They attacked people. They attacked businesses. They looted businesses. This is what the left does. And I know they do that on purpose because it's meant to be a coercion. Obey or we will be violent. That's what the left does. Obey or they will be violent. They will attack you. They will attack your business. They will attack your livelihood. They will attack your city. They will attack until you comply and do what they say, until you obey. They are autocratic. They are authoritarians. And I say that it's not because I don't agree with them. It's because that's what they do. Because that's what the evidence has shown us. That is the empirical fact. Every time the left has a rally, every time they have their so-called protests, when they have mostly peaceful protests, there's a building burning somewhere. Every single time. Am I wrong? Is anyone going to try and say, well, Mike, no, you got that wrong. I don't understand. Are there people out there who want to say, in the face of the unemployment numbers, in face of a failing economy, is there anyone who wants to tell me that Bidenomics is working for America? Yeah. That's the answer. I'm terrified, folks. I am now scared. I am not scared. Think about it. 3 weeks ago, the entire world was talking about the fact that we had an assassination attempt against one of our leaders, former leader, Donald Trump. The news media scrubbed the hell out of that. You don't hear anyone talking about it anymore. It's not an issue. It should be. We should be talking about this because it's about the livelihood, the safety of all of our leaders. We know that members of Hamas, we know that members of Hezbollah, we know the Houthis are trying to enter the United States illegally so that they can commit acts of terror. We know that under the Biden-Harris administration, in the last 2 years, that's this year and last year, 2023, over 225 known or suspected terrorists have been caught entering America and planning to commit acts of terror. We know that for a fact. That doesn't even count 2020 or 2021. Just in the last year and a half, we know that it's over 225. We know that they are trying to kill our leaders, both those who in the past and in current. That's John Bolton, that's Donald Trump, that's Obama, and a few other leaders. They've been trying to kill them all. What are we doing? And we're not talking about the security that they get. Security that would also be for Kamala Harris and Chuck Schumer and Nancy Pelosi and Hakeem Jeffries. By the way, RFK, he should have more security as well. And I know he doesn't get any because I've covered RFK at a couple of events, including Freedom Fest. Not secure at all. Not secure at all. Agent Black is with us. Hey, Agent Black. Glad to see that you're here with me. And that's Agent Black is from the UK. We had someone today who was speaking in chat from Saudi Arabia. We have Agent Black. He's from the United Kingdom. And Mike Bowie says, they have to make it look good when they start playing games again. Agent Black says, both the Trump shooter and the child killer in the UK. Oh, yeah, the child killer in the UK. That's the guy who stabbed 3 girls, started all the riots in the UK, had starred in adverts for BlackRock. Really? Wow, that's surprising. Yeah. I didn't know that the child killer in the UK, the madman, the maniac that went around and stabbed 3 girls to death, young girls to death, was in an advert for BlackRock. I know that the shooter who is 20, who's 20 and doesn't look anything like the commercials that we see, the little, the images of him in 8th grade. He didn't look like that. So that is quite the coincidence. It is quite amazing that BlackRock has been so good at finding mass murderers, at assassins, and putting them in commercials. That is a unique skill. I mean, it was amazing to find out that one of them, that the shooter, the assassination attempt against Donald Trump, that assassin, Thomas Crooks, that he was in an ad, and it happened to be for BlackRock. That was amazing by itself. But now there's more than one. I don't know. Something's wrong. There's a lot of problems with BlackRock. A lot. And this makes me have even more questions about them. Mike Bowie said, the polls are rigged. Well, Mike, to answer the question about the polls, and I know everyone goes, Mike, the polls, they're never accurate. I don't go by the polls on any one given day. I think I've said that many times. And if not, I'm saying it again here. I'm not looking at any one poll. I look at the trend of polls. When I was looking at the polls, and you can go back on the Sunday live streams, you can go back months. For more than a year, I've been saying it's the trend that's telling me Donald Trump is going to win handily, that Joe Biden didn't have a chance. It's this trend. Look at that red line, that trend. At any given moment, yes, you could see Joe Biden get close, or possibly for a short period of time he was doing better. But look at the overall trend. More and more people were tending to go and say Donald Trump was the answer until the very end. So now we have Kamala Harris in. We don't have a lot of time for that trend. But the trend still says this is the trend with Kamala Harris and Donald Trump. And if you notice, they're getting closer and closer And the trend still says Donald Trump. But Kamala is gaining popularity because Kamala isn't a zombie. She also doesn't stand for anything, but she's not a zombie. And so Trump now has some competition. Okay. And that's fine. But that's why and you're seeing a difference between head to head, where Trump is still winning. He's still leading by 0.8, which is more than Kamala Harris' 0.2. But it's only when you look at the five-way, which means the Libertarian Party, which is Chase Oliver, Cornel West, an independent, Jill Stein, the Green Party, we were talking about her before, and RFK Jr., they're taking away enough votes from both Donald Trump and Kamala Harris, but mostly from Donald Trump. Previously, they were taking votes away from Joe Biden, mostly. Now they're taking votes away from Donald Trump, mostly. That's where the difference is. But the trend, we don't even have a trend yet. It's been 3 weeks. So I don't put a lot of faith in the polls because we don't have anything to put faith in yet. But that doesn't mean I won't tell you the truth, that I won't show you the evidence, that I won't let you make up your own mind to look at the polls to make a decision. And again, I don't count the poll for the Daily Kos because they're biased as hell. Going back to the comments. And we're going to be leaving soon because my little puppy, 7 o'clock, my dog, 13 years old, now wants to go outside because it stopped raining. And so I'm going to be taking him out in a moment because he's 13 years old. I take care of him. But I do see a comment from Democrat Mike. You're very talkative today, Democrat Mike. You know, as I say every week, you can call in to 929-715-8569. You can call into the show, Democrat Mike. You can save yourself the time of typing and you can have a conversation with me. Just saying. But going forward, Democrat Mike says, Republicans win the Senate, Democrats win the House, Kamala wins the presidency. That's your prediction. I think you're wrong. I don't think that Republicans win the Senate. I think Democrats will hold that. To be fair, I really think they will hold that. I think Democrats lose the House, absolutely. And I think that you see Kamala lose the presidency. Given the polls that I've seen, even though that predicted the betting odds have switched, I think it's still, we're in a honeymoon phase. We have had nothing but positive news on Kamala. They have literally rewritten history to make Kamala look appealing. But that only works as long as Kamala doesn't actually take a stand. The only reason why she's so well liked as she is at the moment, which isn't very well liked at all. Her approval rating, again, is only 40%. She's not well liked. But the reason why she's doing as well as she is because she hasn't actually taken a stance. Because she doesn't stand for anything. And the moment that she does, I think you see a difference in those numbers. I think you see that reverse. I may be wrong, but that's fine. And Democrat Mike, that's fine. You think you will be right. Fantastic. I don't think you will. It's okay. You can have your feeling. Again, have whatever feeling you want. But Democrat Mike, the feeling you have based on all evidence you have provided is vote blue no matter who. That's not a reason. Yes, you can have that feeling, but it's backed by nothing. There is no substance to your position. And that's the problem I have. Not that you say that it's going to be Kamala Harris. You're an American. You have a right to believe whomever you want. You can vote for whomever you want. That's not my problem. My problem is it's because you're putting the priority on partisanship and not anything of substance. You have no substance to stand on. And that is the worst thing that could happen for America. Your prediction is terrifying to me, not because you think that certain people are going to win. It's because there's no substance to why you think that. None. That's terrifying. That's an autocracy. That is authoritarian. That is literally the opposite of what America is here for. And that also happens to be what Kamala Harris is right now. She wasn't picked by the American people. No one has ever voted for her. No one has supported her. But yet, she's been anointed, and now we're being told by people who say, vote blue no matter who. And I think that's absolutely asinine. Democrat Mike says, but my feelings have been right. I don't care. That's not an answer. Saying that your feelings were right, I'm not saying they were wrong. Doesn't matter. You can go to Vegas right now. Go to the roulette wheel. Bet on black. You may win 5 times in a row. It doesn't mean that you're right. It doesn't mean that in the future you will be right. There is no substance to that. There just isn't. And that's the problem. Have the feeling. I don't care. It's your prediction. No kidding. Don't care. There's no substance to it. That's the problem. And Democrat Mike, you are the example of exactly what I've been talking about in modern politics and in modern news media. There is no substance. They want compliance. They want people to obey. They put forward a non-entity as a candidate that stands for nothing. This is purely about ambition and power. No wonder they want Josh Shapiro. He stands for ambition and power, according to John Fetterman, a fellow Democrat, and a progressive at that. This is about power. For the left, it's about the power to force others to comply. It has no substance. There is no basis. There is no benefit. And that's the problem I have. Well, Agent Black, while you start betting your pounds sterling with Democrat Mike. Oh, wait a minute. Democrat Mike said he wants to bet. Hang on. I was going to end the show, but if you're going to make it, put it. There you go. Thank you. By the way, you can't bet on the show, just so you know. Obviously, anything that you said verbally, I would not count as a contract because I'm not responsible for people's betting. Go to Predict It, make your bets there. Not on my channel, please. I will get in trouble, either with the IRS or with the left saying that I'm trying to encourage gambling, and I'm not, and YouTube will try and shut me down. I'm not doing any of that. I'm not encouraging that. Yes, I know no one cares about feelings. That's my point. Democrat Mike, no one cares about feelings. I never said you cared about my feelings. I've never offered my feelings. I've offered my interpretation of the facts. I've made conclusions based on facts. You're right. I don't tell people no one should care about my feelings. You shouldn't. And I've said that before. Don't care about my feelings. You have no reason to. Unless you know me personally, my feelings are irrelevant. You should care about the facts. I understand, Agent Black. Yes, it is a gentleman's bet. I understand that. So, with that said, now that I've let Democrat Mike and Agent Black make their gentleman's bet, their agreement, so to speak, which has nothing to do with me or this channel. It has been 4.5 hours. We're a little bit shorter than usual, but I think I've covered it. And at this point, I'm kind of repeating, but I think it's important issues. But I look forward to hearing what everyone else have to say. Whether you agree or you disagree, it's perfectly fine. If you think I have the right answer or the wrong answer, it's okay. Put it in the comments. Tell me if you think substance is important in an election. Tell me if you think it's okay to just have checkboxes. You let me know. And we will be back later in the week. We have several interviews, by the way, if you haven't seen it. We did interview candidate Stephanie Liggio out of the Bronx. Please check out that interview we did with her. Look at the conversation I had with Larry Sharpe about the National Association of Black Journalists. Look forward to us doing more interviews with more candidates as we get closer to the 2024 election on local races, hopefully even federal races. We're trying, and we will find out more. Folks, I want you to be well. I look forward to hearing more from you. And now I got to go take care of my dog. You can hear him out in the background. Thank you, everyone. Oh, like, share, subscribe. Hit the buttons. Subscribe. If you can afford $1.50, go join my Patreon. Go over to Rumble. Like over there. Subscribe over there. I'll talk to you guys soon.